On November 21st, you killed my mother. And in this courtroom, I watched you run her down and her broken body slide across the concrete. This woman loved and she was loved. You ran her down like she was nothing. And since that day, you have shown no remorse. You'd offered no explanation for your atrocities. It offends me that you're sitting here breathing while she is not. You are a monster. You deserve contempt and death. Sadly, with no death penalty in this state, I can only hope they lock you away someplace so deep the rats chew on your fingers at night. As for me, this will never be over until the day I'm pissing on your grave. I think it would be fair to say that for your crimes, even God hates you.
If you could just tell me, oh, go ahead.
Yeah, for the record, Your Honor, that was the son of victim
2.
B.
If I could first thank the court, you, Your Honor, and your staff for getting us here today. I don't know how you did. You kept us under 4 weeks, and this is all going to be wrapped up, before the first anniversary, and that means a lot. So I thank you for that. And if I could thank everybody at the prosecution table, our real-life Avengers. I mean, you guys did everything you could for us, and I'm forever grateful. Thank you. And I couldn't not thank Jen Dunn and her staff. I mean, she took all of us, supported us, made us into a family, and without them, I don't think I could have gotten through this trial. And Mr. Brooks, I hope as I read my statement, you continue to roll your eyes. I hope you continue to laugh and just show how bored and unmoved you are by all of this, because I think that's important. It's important for the world to see that evil can be a tangible, living, breathing thing. I think it's important for the world to see what human rot looks like. And to all the survivors, every time he puts his hand on that empty cavity where his heart should be, I hope you all smile, and I hope you take solace in the fact that today is our day. Today is for us. Today is so we can take our handful of dirt, throw it on his grave, and move on, because that's what we all need, and that's what we deserve. My name is Chris Owen, and I am the plaintiff. I'm here on behalf of another plaintiff, my mother, Leanne Joy Owen. Lee Owen was a mother, a grandmother, a best friend, an apartment manager, and a dancing granny. The reason none of the witnesses saw her in this courtroom is because she was executed by a child-killing sex offender. And we are both injured parties. My whole family is an injured party. To my kids, Lee Owen was nanny. And nanny spoiled her grandkids every chance she got. On every birthday, she would call and sing happy birthday to their voicemail so they could hear it the first thing in the morning. She went on a tour of my son's summer camp. She danced in the same parades as my youngest daughter. She wanted my oldest daughter to use her car to learn how to drive so she could teach her like she taught me. And all of that has been ripped away. But the defendant's conscience is clear. To my dad, Lee Owen was the love of his life. They met when she was 16, and he taught her how to drive. From that point on, they stayed in each other's lives. And even though they divorced, she was still his best friend. They spent a lot of time together, and she was the only one who could get him out of the house. Now my dad has nightmares of her body flying through the air and shattering against concrete. But Mr. Brooks' conscience is clear. To my brother and I, Lee Owen was our mother. A mother who, even when she was struggling, was always there for us. She was supportive of us. She always told us how proud she was of us. Growing up, all my friends and my brother's friends knew they were welcomed at our house. When they were in trouble, having problems at home, or just had to get away, she always let them stay as long as they needed to. And for years, every time I came home from the Marine Corps, she got all those same friends together so I could see everybody and spend time with them. She was the one that made sure everyone got their Christmas lists out on time. She made the best eggnog I ever had. And she made my grandma's mac and cheese whenever we were together. She recently renewed her passport so she could visit my wife and I in Turkey and travel the world with us. She also couldn't wait to visit Machu Picchu with my brother. It was her dream trip. Out of all the places in the world, that was the one place she had to visit before she died. And now the best we can do is lay her ashes there. But Darrell Brooks' conscience is clear. And I believe him. Out of everything he said in this courtroom, I believe that is the one truth he told. I mean, how else could he make a witness look at each of his battered friends that he ran over and ask, how do you know who this is? Throughout her life, Lee Owen was a hardworking woman. That's why when she found herself on hard times, she was able to overcome them. Even though it took years, she dug herself out of a deep financial hole so she could live the life she wanted, the life she deserved. And she was in the middle of doing just that on the evening of November 21st, 2021. And I know this is corny and cliche to say, but Lee Owen wasn't 71 years old. She was 71 years young. She was one of the most active people I knew. She just didn't have it in her to sit still. She always had to be moving or doing something, and this often involved people. She was very social and loved being around those she cared about, and people loved her back. She had a knack for making you feel good about yourself without even trying, because she always found the good in people. Even when it was to her detriment, it never dissuaded her from helping people any way she could, without judgment, without demand for repayment or feeling she was owed anything. She did it because she knew it was the right thing to do, and it made her feel good. She accepted people for who they were and made people feel good about themselves. That is what the world lost, and you have the audacity to tell this court that your conscience is clear. I'm sorry, Mr. Brooks. There's not a human with a soul on this planet who could snuff that light out, who could steal Lee Owen from this world and have a clear conscience. And that is why you hear the term monster. That is why you hear the term demon. You know, I saw you that day. It was just after you ran over the Catholics. I saw you hanging out of the window, looking back with a smile of satisfaction on your face, laughing at an inside joke that at the time I didn't get, the punchline escaping me. I didn't get it when my mom didn't respond to my texts. I didn't get it when she didn't answer my phone calls. I didn't get it the first couple hours my brother spent looking for her. I didn't get it until my wife sent me a video of you running over children in the parade. That's when I got the punchline. And it hit me like your red SUV, Mr. Brooks. I saw pure, unrepentant evil in your face that day, and it disgusts me that you are allowed to exist. And I know the answer to the question that everyone keeps asking. I know why you did this. You did this simply because you were not in a cage. That is what I find mind-boggling. And how dare anyone say the system failed him? The system failed every one of us whose only mistake was to bring their families in the vicinity of Mr. Brooks. That poor excuse for a man should not have been on the streets. That is the failure, period. But enough about him, because today is not about him. It's about us and what we lost. I lost my mom, Lee Owen, and I wasn't always a good son. I could be selfish sometimes. I could be mean. But no matter how angry or standoffish I got, she would bend over backwards for me, even when I didn't deserve it. And now I can never tell her I'm sorry. I can never tell her I should have been more grateful. I can never tell her how much I need her in my life. Yeah, shake your head. Shake your head. You know, because that is what you took from me. And there's nothing this court can do that would provide justice in my eyes. So all I ask is that you rot, and you rot slow.
Good afternoon, Your Honor. Thank you for the opportunity that you're providing both to myself and to the rest of the families and acquaintances of the folks associated with this horrible case. My name is Michael Carlson, and I'm appearing here today both as an individual and a brother to one of the victims of November 21st. I'm here today as well as a plaintiff joining a criminal complaint against Mr. Brooks, with a claim against him for the damage that he has brought not only to Waukesha, but to my family. And I'm also appearing as a posthumous spokesman for the victim, my sister, Tamara Durant, who can't appear here today on her own behalf because Mr. Brooks killed her. In my personal aspect, I wish I could as easily forget about Mr. Brooks as he has seemingly forgotten about himself. Every day since November 21st has been framed by what he did in my own life and our family's life. It is the reality I wake to. It is the reality I head to work to. It is the reality I confront as I try to fall asleep. It's the reality I confront as I go about the things I do during the day, my attempts to work, attempts to manage a household and be present for my children, and maintaining any sort of notion of normalcy in our life. But all these actions are simply a pantomime, Mr. Brooks, to forget that my sister was so stupidly and so needlessly killed by you. Perhaps you can forget what you did, but I can't. November 21 looms as a ground zero day in the story of my life, as I know it does in the life of so many others. I appear today also as a plaintiff. Mr. Brooks, you asked the court to identify a plaintiff many times during the course of the trial. Here I am. I'm one of many. We, the people, have brought this case and these judgments against you, Mr. Brooks. They reflect our values as a people and are enacted through laws passed by our legislatures, enforced by our law enforcement, and administered through our courts. We, the people, find you guilty. A lifetime is a long time to think and to spout nonsense. And Mr. Brooks, I want you to take no comfort in your future here in this comic book cartoon world that you've created for yourself, involving the flags and barcodes and birth certificates. This is all nonsense, the stuff of teenage boys on the internet. That's not why you're here today. That's not why we're here today. We're here today, and you are here today because you got in a car and instead of hitting the brakes, ran over children, elderly, and my sister, Tamara. I don't want you to live in the comfort of that delusion as you live there in the court, as you live there in the prison, convincing yourself that you're the victim of something, of some crazy internet conspiracy. You're not, Mr. Brooks. You're guilty only of your own actions on that day, actions that you had an infinite number of times to stop. Any number of times you could have just hit those brakes, turned the other direction. As it stands, I'm a plaintiff, but I'm not a victim. The victim is Tamara Durand, my sister. She can't appear here on her own behalf because she's dead. She died when Mr. Brooks killed her on November 21st. Because Tamara cannot be here to speak, I will speak for her. Darrell Brooks, you took my life. I wish you hadn't. I had people to live for, people who needed me. My parents who are aging, my children who need their mother to help them make sense of their worlds, to cheer them on, to help them into their adulthood, to become friends with them. I have my grandson who relies on me, his grandmother, as much as I relied upon my own grandmother as I was growing up. I had people who needed me to cheer them on, to have me bring goodwill to the hospital bed where they were, or their families in the waiting room, who needed the comfort and prayers I brought to them in their moments of pain. I have friends who need to hear from me and families that need my early morning phone calls. I had places I wanted to see and things I needed to do. The only saving grace is I didn't know what hit me. And who would have ever guessed? Who could ever believe it? It's no surprise to anyone who knew me. After you hit me in that car, I got back up and kept dancing. I hardly skipped a beat. I didn't know you, Mr. Brooks. If the picture were reversed, if you were the stranger in the street in pain, needing care or comfort, know that I would have helped you. I ran towards pain and I ran into danger in my life. All you had to do was ask, and you might have danced along with us. It was a parade, after all. We both died in vain on November 21st, Mr. Brooks. I died to life, and you now die to the world. We leave lives behind, family behind, children behind us. We both leave dreams, we leave choices, we leave successes, we leave failures behind us. I die to mine in an instant, you die to yours over countless days. May the God I'm with grant you the courage to confront what you've done and to remember your own name. It's the least you might do for all these that you've left behind us who can never forget. Mr. Brooks, I'd also like to acknowledge that over these last couple months, I've sent you a couple letters in prison urging you to stand up, to be a man, to grow up, to accept accountability for what you've done. I also use those letters to share with you the love of the God that I believe in and that I know my sister Tamara believed in. I use those letters to share with you, especially the story of the final act of Christ on the cross, where he is hanging between two murderers, and he turns to the one and he gives them forgiveness. I urge you to remember, Mr. Brooks, that there were two murderers on that day. One who mocked the holy living in God, and one who accepted accountability for who he was. Your Honor, I urge you to provide Mr. Brooks a lifetime in prison to please contemplate that story and to remember his name and to contemplate which side of Christ he wishes to hang on. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. The family of victim A is going to speak next. They do have some minors with them, so I'd just like to give the camera a second to adjust for that. And also, one of the minors does wish to make a statement and is somewhat vertically challenged. I'm wondering if she should stand over so that you may see her, or
Sure.
she
Taken out. Before I have them come up, I believe Mr. Brooks was attempting to get the court's attention. So let me address him quickly.
I wanted the order of the court, if I may, really quick, pertaining to the last speaker. I have an issue with, if it pleases the court, we can address it later, or if you want to address it now, I'm not sure.
These are sentencing remarks. I'm not going to interrupt those sentencing remarks to have you address him individually.
No, I'm not talking about addressing him individually.
Mr. Brooks, we're going to continue. I'm not sure what you could possibly bring to the court's attention about a speaker who's already made a statement.
A very valid issue that I can bring to the
You can
court.
put it in writing, sir, while you're sitting there, and if it's something I need to address, I will. But I'm not going to disrupt what's happening right now to address that. You need to put it in writing. All right, go ahead, Ms.
So put it in writing that
Mr. Brooks, please put it in writing.
that's
If you
the
need some
same,
paper,
that's the
then
same person you had to work with the father of, right?
go ahead, Ms. Dunn.
Like I
The
said, the same
record speaks
person.
for itself. All of those issues were previously put on the record. There's no need for you to make any
That is him
commentary
though,
about
right?
it.
You did work with his father though, right?
Mr. Brooks, stop. If you interrupt me again, you're gonna risk going into the other courtroom. I'm not gonna have
So
you
you're gonna hold me in
degrade
contempt?
the integrity of these proceedings
I'm not
and the
attempting to
solemnity of
cause a
what's going on
controversy. I
right
just
now
wanted to know
by
that.
once again trying to derail what's happening and
And
take
you
the
always
focus
talk
off of.
about somebody trying to derail something as if that was the plan, like somebody coming
Mr.
here to
Brooks, I'm
derail
advising
something.
you to be quiet or I will clear this courtroom, and under Illinois versus Allen, you will lose your right to be present while the remainder of these individuals give their statements.
Okay, well, come on with it.
Once they start, I expect you to be
Come
quiet.
on with it, because that's what you've been waiting to do the whole time.
Piece of shit. Listen up and listen what you have to say.
All right.
God damn.
Sir, you're gonna have to be removed. I'm sorry. I can't tolerate that from anyone. Mr. Brooks, my admonishment to you is the next person's going to get up and they're going to start their statement. And if
Okay,
you
yeah, but you
interrupt-
made it seem like I'm trying to purposely interrupt that.
Mr. Brooks,
And I don't think
I'm
that's
turning
fair
to
to do
them.
that.
Please be quiet.
Okay. Yeah, I still have the First Amendment right to be heard and to speak. I still have that right.
Mr. Brooks, this is a sentencing hearing.
I don't
The
care
trial
what it is. You're not
All
going to
right.
continue.
He is arguing
You're
with
not-
me. He is now forfeited.
You're not
his
gonna
right to be
continue-
present.
you're
Everyone
not
is to
gonna
clear the courtroom
continue-
while he's moved to the next courtroom, and I'll make the appropriate findings when I'm able to do that.
So
without
can I get a
interruption.
finding of fact? Can I get a
I'm
legal
stepping
finding
off
of
the
fact?
bench
Because I don't
there
agree to a
recess while that
stopper.
happens.
All right, you guys should be able to hear me now just fine, right? All right, there we go. We good now? You guys good? We sound all right? Anyone in the chat can go ahead and cue me in if you can hear me now. We good? There you go. Yeah, sorry guys. When I came back, I had yeah. But in all fairness, like I said, it was probably better that that I had myself muted, because what I had to say was not didn't need to be heard. Didn't need to be heard. Because this guy, that guy, Darrell Brooks, has now proven that he is incapable of even shutting his mouth long enough to let people just speak their piece, and the fact that now he gets to go into a different courtroom, I feel is like, this is where I feel like the line needs to be drawn. Okay. I think like right now, yeah, I'm on YouTube, Facebook, and Twitch. Yeah, we're all good. We're on all the platforms here, so we're good. I think what's killing me with this whole thing is that, we all, Steria, yeah, we all been muted yelling at the screen basically the whole time. What gets me about this right now is that he gets to go exactly. Ruslana Battaglia, maybe I'm saying it right. Hopefully I am. Gag his ass. Let him stay. He needs to face him. Like literally that whole situation they had with him being moved to the other courtroom and all the fights that he had with it. And I have it written down. I've played a couple of videos about that happening. Were because of a situation where there was, someone who was in a much like this, they wouldn't be quiet. And they ended up gagging him, which is what they should do. He has nothing to say. There's no objections that can be had. There's no arguments that need to be heard. At this point, it's nothing more than this is the part where the victims get a chance to address their assailant or the person who victimized them. And now he has to sit there and take it. But him getting to move into a separate courtroom so he can just take a nap while they speak. I mean, no, put him in a gag, Hannibal Lecter his ass, shut him up. You know what I mean? Shut him up. They should have a box that he has to sit in, like the one the Pope goes around in on the back of their, the bandwagon. And, just have the speakers piped in there and have him sit in there plexiglass style. You can't hear a word he says, but they can hear everything that is being said. But you need to shut his mouth. They need to shut him up. And make him sit there for this the entirety of it all. You know what I mean? Because that being said, I think it would be nice if when he has people speak on his behalf, the whole court just says, "Nah, we're good. We don't want to hear it. We're done. Go away. Sorry, nothing to hear here. We're done with it. Get out of here. Go on, scram, skedaddle." I mean, we could rightfully say the same thing, right? Like, fine, get on with it. Go ahead, whatever he said. Like, put us in another courtroom. If everybody just up and left when it was time, you know what? Honestly, I hope that's what happens. I hope every single person in that courtroom just up and leaves. That nobody sits in there. There's no one there to speak or listen on the other side of it, and and just walk out. The only person they'll be talking to is the judge, and then Darrell Brooks will have a chance to spend that last few minutes with his loved ones before they have to come visit him in prison. But yeah, I think he should have to sit in the whole time doing nothing but listening. And then if anyone has anything to say for him, deuces, just kick rocks. I would leave. I wouldn't have made it. I would have, and I thought about going to the courtroom today, but I wanted to be able to be live here covering it. But I would have absolutely been kicked out at this point. 100%, without a doubt. I would have been thrown out of there probably earlier than Darrell Brooks here, is getting kicked out of the courtroom. Then even this last guy, I would have been tossed pretty early on. Probably the first eye roll. You know what I mean? But he, and then again, he's going back to he still is trying to ride these arguments. These it's just crazy.
First of all, we are back on the record. Mr. Brooks has been removed to the other courtroom. Mr. Brooks, you're not muted, so if you're going to keep talking, I'll have to mute you. All right, so I've muted him, as you can see.
There you go.
And here, he was
Which
not muted
should be from the jump.
initially. I will advise there is a headset next to him should he wish to.
But see, he's not even
put
listening
those
now.
On. This court, frankly, acted a bit more swiftly than I have in the past due to the nature of the proceedings, the history of Mr. Brooks's outbursts during the trial, and him attempting to address an issue that was addressed by this court the very first time I ever had Mr. Brooks in the courtroom dealing with victim C's father, and this court certainly working with him in the past. I stand by the record that was made at that time. All of that was put on the record, and it's not an issue this court frankly needs to address today. It is frankly a blatant attempt by Mr. Brooks to be disruptive, to take the focus off of what I think is some very emotionally charged victim statements here today from those who have been involved with the dancing grannies and people who lost their lives on November 21 of 2021. I warned him a couple of times, even in my words, backtracked a little, told him I would have the state have the next victim make the statement, and if he then interrupted, I would have him removed. He wanted to debate with me. He interrupted me repeatedly. And at that point, there was also an outburst by a member of the gallery. I addressed that. And then I indicated the courtroom would be cleared. I think I owe it to the individual who was kicked out, because I've given Mr. Brooks this opportunity on many occasions. If that individual would like to come back into the courtroom and can do so respectfully without an outburst, they are invited back in by this court. Mr. Brooks, I will also advise you that you are welcome back into this courtroom if you can abide by the rules of decorum and civility. While you have a right to be present for this sentencing hearing, you do not have a right to interrupt the court, to disrupt the court, and to be defiant, which is how I would describe your very recent behavior. And that is why this court, under the authority in Illinois versus Allen, did remove you from the courtroom. I have the ability, of course, with the technology. He's able to hear, he's able to see. We are able to see him. He's muted right now. And while I attempted to have him appear without being muted, he spoke over me. If he wants to come back in before it is his turn to speak to the court and present individuals who wish to speak on his behalf, he needs to simply ask the bailiff, and then, of course, abide by the rules of civility and decorum. It's, of course, a very emotional day for many people here, if not all. And I think even more today than any other day, respect needs to be what guides everyone in this courtroom, and not interrupting and not having outbursts, no matter how difficult the situation may get at times. So I've made the record. I will unmute. But if there is any interruption whatsoever, I'll have to mute him once again. So the unmute is off. And once again, I've confirmed that the technology is working and all right, what do you need to do? I mean, we can move one of the cameras, but I mean, we were behind him before, so. He will be able to hear. He may not be able to see the individuals speaking. I would note the podium is behind him in any event, and I don't believe he's turned back at all during this hearing. And it's standard, really, protocol for an inmate to remain looking forward. So I don't see any issue with that. He will be able to hear. With that,
We will need to screen share for the next speakers, Your Honor. There's some photos that we'd like to display, just to
All
give you a
right.
heads up on that.
I believe Madam Clerk will be able to do that for us. When we get that up and running, then the next person can come on up. Looks like it's working. All right, thank you, sir. As a reminder, if you would at least let me know your name if you want to, or son of victim so-and-so, that would be very helpful, as I am trying to take notes of everyone who is making a statement. No, you are not muted. I expect you to be quiet as the proceedings continue.
I was just asking, was I muted? I didn't know. You just said I was muted.
I'm sorry for the interruption, sir. Please continue, or please start.
My name is Marshall Sorensen, and I am son to a murdered mother, Virginia Sorensen. On a day that I was planning to put up a Christmas tree with my family, I received a call from my dad that would turn my whole family's world upside down. When I answered the phone, my dad told me something happened to your mother during the parade and she didn't make it. I said, "What do you mean she didn't make it?" My dad proceeded to tell me that she was killed. Of course, I didn't believe him at first, but when I hung up the phone, reality set in. As I wiped the tears from my eyes, I thought to myself how I was going to tell my two little girls, as they wait in the other room to put up the Christmas tree, that they will never see their grandma again. As a parent, one of the hardest things to endure is to see your family in pain. Witnessing my daughter's hearts get shattered into a million pieces in an instant that night, trying to understand what happened to their Grammy, is something I wish to this day I could make go away. I love my mom unconditionally, and so did my family. My mom would jump at the opportunities to spend time with my daughters. I was blessed with having that opportunity with my mom, but my girls were cheated out of that because of the acts of one evil person. Mr. Brooks, you had mentioned that you will never be able to get the chance to hold your grandchild. To that, I say good. Maybe then, while you're locked behind bars, you will experience a little bit of the pain that you inflicted on 6 families when you killed their loved ones during a Christmas parade. My family will never get the chance to hug my mom one last time and say goodbye because of your actions. You will never understand what you took from my family, and by your actions in court, you don't seem to care either. You murdered my mom, and for that reason, I'm asking the judge to sentence you to life in prison without parole. I continue to have a hard time understanding why such a loving person like my mom had her life ended in a tragic way. But I do have some peace knowing that she left this earth doing something she loved. I encourage people now, after a year, that if someone asks you how my mom died, Virginia Sorensen, that you respond with, "Let me tell you how she lived," because that is what made her so special to so many people. When I was a kid, most of my superheroes wore capes. As of today, myself and family, we have a new one, and she wears a robe. Thank you, Judge Darrell. Words cannot express my family's gratitude with the time and effort you put into this trial. I want to also thank Sue, Zach, Leslie, Detective Casey, Jen, Pepper, the witnesses, the jury, for the sacrifices they made so justice could be served. Lastly, I want to thank the city of Waukesha for their community of love and support they displayed towards our family during this time. Going forward, my family will refuse to live in fear because of the acts of one evil person. My family will continue to attend parades, and at this year's Waukesha Christmas Parade, we plan on walking with the dancing grannies. We will do this in remembrance of my mom and show that we are stronger together. I ask you today to please remember the picture shown on the screen during this year's Waukesha Christmas Parade. This picture was taken before a previous parade. My hope for you is that it reminds you of the true representation of what the Waukesha Christmas Parade stood for before this tragic event, which is the unconditional love between families while celebrating the spirit of Christmas. May angels watch over you and you remain strong. I would like now to bring up my daughter, Brooke, to say a couple words about her grandma. She held the banner with my mom at previous parades, as shown in the picture above.
Thank you for being here, young lady. What would you like to tell me?
Hello, my name is Brooke Sorensen. I'm Virginia Sorensen's granddaughter. The things I miss about my grandma are me and my sister Mackenzie doing foot races around the driveway, and my grandma would do commentary and time us. She always cheered us on at all of our activities. I would DJ at dancing granny parties and carry the banner at parades with my grandpa while Grammy danced. When we would get on the school bus, she would say reading is the key to learning to be nice, kind, brave, and angels watch over you. After school, we would talk on the porch. Other times when we came over to our house, we would play games together, go to the playground, have drawing contests, dance parties, and work on granny routines. She would give us snacks when we watched some of our favorite movies like Polar Express and Coco. When we first found out that she was gone, I started to cry, and I would cry every night. I missed her so much, and still do today. Darrell Brooks, you took her from me, my sister, and my family. The things we will miss the most are not seeing her again, her smile, her laugh, being able to talk to her, and doing fun things with her. My sister and I pray every night for our Grammy and our family. Grammy, I'll see you in my dreams.
Every time I
told
see
Mr. Brooks would like to come back. Before I do that, sir, I need a pledge from you that you
Someone
will
else
abide by
speak.
the rules of courtesy and decorum, and you will not interrupt. Can you do that, sir?
I'm not gonna interrupt.
All right,
Every
then I will
time.
give them that opportunity.
it gives me a new level of hate for
Clear the
this guy.
courtroom while we do that. Thank you. We'll take a brief recess.
So we're still doing it. We're still doing the courtroom shuffle with this freaking guy, man. So he's coming back into the main courtroom. And good. He absolutely has to. I feel like that's the only way that these victim impact statements are really impactful in a way in which they're able to get these things off of their heart and out into the ether, let them materialize into whatever they need to, but let that, get that venom out of them, the heartache and the hurt. But I'm amazed, honestly, and I'm not saying that I'm encouraging this to happen, but I'm really amazed that he hasn't been attacked yet, that someone hasn't just taken enough, of enough of him just speaking, enough of the sound of his voice, and just caught him one. You know what I mean? And again, I'm not saying I feel like that I'm not encouraging that to happen. I'm just saying I wouldn't be surprised if it did happen. We did hear somebody finally, voice their thoughts about him speaking, and that person was kicked out of the courtroom. And I'm glad the judge did what she did. She said, I'll give that person the same opportunity that I've given Darrell Brooks and let them come back in if they can promise no more outbursts. If that's the case, I feel like I need to go just so that I can get one in and then come back in, because I would definitely love to give him a thought of mine. And if that were the case, I would be able to carry with me all of our thoughts collectively and maybe just get a chance to deliver that to the guy, person to person. I'd feel better about it. Peter, ain't nothing wrong with that, bro. Nothing wrong. This whole time I've been just crying my eyes out, man. This is so hard to watch. And if you're just listening and you're not watching, just appreciate that. Like it's just as hard to see. There's they keep having to pan the cameras away because the minors that are speaking, the children that are speaking on behalf of their grandmother who was killed or family members that were killed. And so it's this is really difficult to watch. Yeah, let it out, man. We shouldn't bottle that up. If you need to give a good cry, let it happen. Just explain it to people at work that it's allergies. Yeah. Well, I am in Kenosha right now, so I'm not far away from Waukesha. I'm where I was when this first happened a year ago, so it's only seems appropriate. I would like to be there tomorrow for the sentencing, because no matter what, like we've said before, this is going to be a two-day process, regardless of if we get through, everybody today. Because the judge has said that she wants to make sure that she has a day to, to think about, the sentencing, which she's going to have to do, regardless. That's her job. Even if it's just a sign, a show of effort, so there's not, because this Judge Darrow, and one of the victims who spoke actually really said, I think, a lot of what I think a lot of us have been thinking, which is that at first I was super hard on Judge Darrow. I was really not feeling the fact that she was being so lenient and allowing so many 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 attempts at him, acting right, and kept allowing him back in and all the things that were taking place. But it came around after we slowly figured out, and after talking to some of our attorney friends that came on the show, why she was doing that. And, she had to do all of it for, for T's and I's, just to make sure everything was covered, because she was fighting everything to make sure he doesn't have grounds for an appeal, mistrial, anything at all. So she really had to go through the fire with that one, because as a judge, and then as a woman having to deal with this guy screaming at her,
an issue with the screen.
She really had to pull it back.
I would note that the
But
large
we're back in.
monitor that's directly above the witness stand, and the other monitor, which is closer to Mr. Brooks behind the clerk.
Okay. And again,
has
they
been
have
working
visuals,
the entire
so-
time. Zach may be coming in to look at it, but we'll keep going while that happens, since we are able to see and hear that way through the monitors. So please go ahead, sir.
Thank you, Your Honor.
I didn't know it caused that disruption. Can the state put something up, and I'll...
And Judy, to answer your question, the snow is trip. I woke up to, a couple inches of snow on the ground. And normally I'd be, the kid in me would be excited about it, but the fact that I have 0 winter clothes here in Wisconsin, I left them all back in Washington like an idiot.
All right, my apologies, sir, for that interruption.
Now I have to drive in the darn snow. But we do have snow in Washington. Usually we just shut it down. It's just a different kind of cold here. Yeah.
Court, really quick.
The Waukesha parade is not this weekend.
I just wanted to apologize for outburst. That's all. I wasn't to
All right, I
address
appreciate that,
anything.
sir. Thank you. Thank you. I really do. All right, go ahead, sir.
My name is Sean Sorensen, Virginia Sorensen's oldest son. Without warning, on a joy-filled Sunday in November, our family and others were devastated by an unfathomable act of evil. My mother, Virginia Sorensen, Jenny, a loving and devoted grandmother to 6, mother to 3, sister to 3, and wife of 56 years to my father and friend to countless others, was taken from us for no comprehensible reason. My mom didn't let her age of 79 slow her down, be it the dancing grannies, her horses, dogs, cats, chickens, travel, working as a medical records nurse, holiday get-togethers, the occasional brandy old-fashioned, and having sleepovers and movie parties with her grandchildren. She enjoyed the company of others and was always up for an adventure. She never tired of listening to her grandchildren's dreams and inspiring them to shoot for the stars. She was so proud of all 6 of them in this photo: Carter, Claire, Gabrielle, Savannah, Brooke, and Mackenzie. She was killed doing something she loved and enjoyed with the dancing grannies. And although we were denied the chance to be with her when she passed, we know she was surrounded by friends and the caring strangers who sought to save her life. So we find comfort that she did not die alone. She was a compassionate person. She was always telling us, "God bless you," or "Angels watch over you." She will be missed with an aching emptiness in all our hearts. Judge Darrell, thank you for overseeing this trial. You define excellence in your profession, and we are so grateful you were assigned to this case. Thank you to the 12 jurors of this strong community who carefully and unbiasedly listened to the evidence and brought back 76 guilty verdicts. Thank you, Sue Hopper, Leslie Basie, Zach Witshaw, and the entire Waukesha District Attorney's team for ensuring Mr. Brooks would not escape the consequences of his despicable actions. Thank you, Detective Tom Casey, and the many law enforcement officers of Waukesha and other jurisdictions who investigated, collected evidence, and testified to ensure Darrell Brooks will never be a free man. Detective Casey came to my dad's house in the early morning hours of November 22nd to deliver the heart-wrenching confirmation that my mother had passed, and he has greeted us every day in court since then. I want to thank the Victim Witness Program, Jen Dunn, her staff, and their best comfort dog, Pepper, for their kindness and constant comfort to all the families affected this past year. She and her office have been a rock for us to cling to when events have threatened to emotionally overwhelm us. I want to thank the Waukesha Women's Center for supporting Corey Runkle and Erica Patterson in their testimony against Mr. Brooks and his abuse, and the good that the center does for other abused women. I want to thank the first responders and medical personnel at the parade who rendered aid to the injured and attempted to save my mother's life that night. And a nurse that we met at the memorial one night by chance, Sarah, who held my mother's hand that night. But she was already dead. A severed spine, multiple skull fractures, pelvic fractures, and her Christmas hat wedged under the windshield wipers of the Ford SUV. There was no ambulance ride or hospital stay. She was gone in a split seconds after Mr. Brooks smashed into her, but she will live on forever in our hearts. Finally, I would like to thank the Waukesha community and thousands of others for their outpouring of love and prayers to the families and victims of this unspeakable tragedy. I have few words for Mr. Brooks. Just saying that name brings anger and hatred into my heart. And I want to move forward after this sentencing with the happy memories I hold of my mother. I sat silently almost every day in this courtroom, bit my tongue, restrained myself from jumping over this divide to administer my thoughts of justice. As Mr. Brooks droned on about where the plaintiff was in this case, who the plaintiff was in this case. You've already heard, there are many plaintiffs here. I'm here right now. I've been here all along. And now he gets to hear from me and will from many other plaintiffs before this day is over. He is simply a repulsive man who has shown zero remorse for his actions and depraved indifference to life. His fake tears in court were never for those harmed, but only for himself and the freedom he has lost. His narcissistic behavior, disgusting trial antics, and defiance to accept any accountability displays how truly unworthy he is of anyone's forgiveness. While we lost my mom instantly, I hope his 76 sentences pass in a slow, miserable, depressing existence as a reminder of the many lives he shattered. There are two others I hold culpable in my mother's murder. Dawn Woods, the mother who knew her son's felonious criminal history and penchant for violence, yet bailed him out of jail for $1,000 after he had assaulted Erica Patterson by running her over with Miss Woods' Ford Escape. She continued to allow him to drive it and enabled his violence and murders that Sunday afternoon. The other is John Chisholm, the Milwaukee County District Attorney, whose misguided and ill-conceived bail reform policies led a violent, multi-convicted felon back into our community and onto our streets while already out on bail from a previous violent felony. Mr. Chisholm disregarded his duty to keep the people of this community and state safe from repeat criminal offenders and allowed a career criminal to snuff out 6 innocent lives. He is a coward who hides from the accountability for his office's negligence. If he had a tiny, single sliver of integrity, he would resign. Not once has Mr. Chisholm said 3 simple words to these victims and families: I am sorry. At least Miss Woods in her many media interviews has the humanity and understanding to say those words to the families affected. 6 families have been bound together forever in grief. 6 families have lost loved ones who are cherished and can never be replaced, but forever remembered with love. 6 names I will now never forget: Jane, Jackson, Bill, Tammy, Lee, and Ginny. As my mom was fond of saying, angels watch over us. And I know now there are 6 more watching over us. Judge Darrell, my request is simple: maximum terms of imprisonment, every single charge, life without parole for all 6 counts of intentional homicide. Thank you, and all who played a role in bringing justice to the families in this community.
I'm David Sorensen, Virginia Sorensen's husband of 56 years, and I'm wearing this Dancing Granny sweatshirt in her memory. A few thank yous, first of all. Thank you, Judge Darrell. You earned your angel wings in this trial. Thank you to the jurors and those who testified who had to experience the horror of November 21st of last year all over again. Thank you, District Attorney Sue Upper, Leslie, Zach, and her excellent team. Thank you to Tom Casey, Waukesha Law Enforcement, first responders both on and off duty at the parade, medical personnel at the parade, and the area hospitals that cared for the injured. Thank you, Jan Dunn, and your caring team in the Victim Witness Office especially my new furry friend Pepper. Here's a thank you that nobody knows about. Thank you to J.J. Watt. He's a professional football player for the Arizona Cardinals, who gave this community money for funerals for the victims, 6 family funerals. Finally, thank you to the kind and compassionate people of Waukesha County, state of Wisconsin, and others from around the country and the world who have helped the victims of the Waukesha Christmas Parade find comfort, shared in their loss and sorrow, prayed for the injured, and offered words of caring so that we may heal both physically and mentally. Although I have very specific thoughts on how I and the parade families would want revenge on the convicted for what he did, I hand over his fate now to God. So I will let God determine the revenge I ask for, be it a week, a month, a year, a lifetime. I think it's fair to say the convicted is an evil animal, and I hope that God's wrath falls upon him. It actually started before the trial did, because he took away his own God-given name. Didn't want to be known by his name. Refused to accept him. I refuse to accept him as a person that deserves compassion or mercy. I too regret Wisconsin does not have the death penalty, because if someone ever deserved it, the convicted most certainly does. Life in prison is too kind. That Bible on your table will not do you any good for where you will end up. I have struggled this past year with Jenny's loss. It was to be her last parade. She was going to retire. I will continue to struggle with the loss. I am lucky to have family to care for me and wrap me in love so that I can start to glue together the shattered life I now have. I know Jenny probably saved our 2 granddaughters who sit behind me their lives by carrying the banner that day in their place, and I thank God for that. The life that Jenny and I built over 56 years of marriage was forever altered nearly a year ago. I will carry on in this new life with help from my family and friends. The life I was once able to share with Jenny is gone, but it has strengthened my family's closeness and in a way made us stronger for the great challenges we have ahead of us. I feel sorry she will not be able to hold a great grandchild or see all of her grandchildren be successful in life, but I pray to her and know she is watching over us. My Christian faith and church have helped me cope with my sadness and find hope and love over hate. My friends have lifted me up in their prayers. My family carries my burden with me. My dogs at home give me a small measure of comfort when I am in need. Angels will watch over all of us and give us strength. Now I want you to use your imagination a little bit. When it thunders, I imagine that Jackson is blasting a home run over the fence. When there is a rainbow, I will imagine the dancing grannies, Jenny, Tammy, Lee, and Bill, with them dancing along its lines. When there's a ray of sunshine poking through the clouds, I will imagine it is Jane smiling down on us. When it snows like it did this morning, I will imagine God's love giving us a blanket and comfort. When I see a blue light, I see this community's commitment to help heal and support each other. Judge, you have witnessed the same evil I have. You have endured a very emotional and draining trial as I have. I ask for the full punishment within your power. I ask you to send this evil animal to life in prison with no chance for parole for the callous murder of my wife and 5 others and injuring 61 others. He should never have the opportunity to hurt another person and has forfeited his right to be a free man ever again by his violent actions against innocent lives, both young and old. You are a very evil, evil animal. Amen.
Thank you.
I have one very brief statement from a young woman who was marching with the grannies. And then we have, I believe, 3 statements from one more family before the next group will have to be brought in. This is a statement from a young woman who was holding the banner with the grannies. And she marked down that the crime made her feel sad, mad, scared, and then also wrote in valuable. Asked if you were the judge, what would you do to the offender? She checked, send them to prison, and then her own idea of make the offender go through the physical and emotional pain I went through.
He's only doing this chest thing when he feels like he wants to confirm whatever, like, you know, his way of saying, I got you, or I hear you. I mean, that's the only time he ever does that. But yeah, spam some hearts, y'all. Let's send some love that way. Man, there's some heavy, heavy things being talked about right now. And can you imagine having lived your whole life with your partner? Like, you found that someone and you make it that far in life, then to have someone like this drive through, take them away from you in a moment. Like, every aspect from being a grandparent and made it through that part of that far in life to a child that never had a chance. It's just all horrific.
My name is Taylor Kulik. Standing next to me is my oldest son, Robert. I am the oldest daughter of my mother, Jane Kulik, and it is on her behalf that I will be making a statement today, as she's unable to speak for herself. November 21st, 2021, the day my life was forever changed. The day my mom was murdered. It's still hard to believe that my mom was killed while marching in a Christmas parade. I will never forget that day. When I received the phone call stating that my mom had been hit, I rushed to the hospital to find her. Within minutes of arriving at Waukesha Memorial, people of all ages flooded into the ER. Many injured, many searching for their family members, just like we were. It was complete chaos. After 3 hours spent searching and waiting, finally, a nurse came and asked us to sit down. My heart sank. I listened as they told us how my mom was unconscious when she was loaded into the ambulance, that they tried to save her, but the damage was too severe for her to fight. She was dead upon arrival. She didn't even make it to the hospital. It hit me like a ton of bricks. My mom was just murdered. She was dead. I did not sleep at all that night. All I did was cry. I sobbed for the loss of my mother. I bawled for the pain of my children losing their grandmother. And I wept for the rest of my family as we had all just lost an absolute gem. Next picture, please. I still cry, even as we approach 1 year without her. This year of all the firsts without my mom has been difficult, to say the least. Every holiday, birthday, and monumental life moment, each of those moments another reminder that she's not here. She was known for giving cards on every occasion, and she showed up to everything she was invited to. She was always present because she genuinely cared. You could tell by the way her smile lit up the room or how contagious her laughter was. Her presence alone was just a sense of comfort, a feeling of home. She was supportive, encouraging, and just so laid back that you couldn't help but get along with her. These are just some of the reasons we all love and miss her so much. Next picture, please. Her name was Jane Kulik. Her sister called her Pain, so she was Auntie Pain to my cousins, and known only as Grandma to my kids. But for me, her name was Mom. Mom and I were super tight. I could talk to her about anything in the world. We used to text each other almost every day, talk on the phone almost at least once a week, and go out to lunch, just her and I, every other week. Every day, I'm missing those text messages. I miss hearing her voice on the phone and receiving her adorable voicemails or seeing her face light up when I unexpectedly pop up at the house. To simply say I miss my mom is a dramatic understatement of my true feelings. I'm devastated, a bit lost, and I can't fully describe how it feels other than a piece of me is missing. My smile is not so bright. I don't laugh the same anymore because I'm just not the same. I have never experienced such a painful level of sadness for so many consecutive days. I have never felt this level of heartache for myself or for my kids. Even though we talk about it, I can only imagine how my kids have felt this past year. Not only are they coping with the loss of their own grandmother, but also they've had to watch me, their mom, grieve my mom. My oldest son is dreading his upcoming birthday, just like we all did this year, as it's his first in 15 years without her. My mom always said they had a special bond, and they really did. She had a unique bond with each of her grandkids, as she did with each of us. My other son, Darius, was worried that he would forget his grandma's voice. And my daughter, Kylie, is finally able to talk about her grandma without tearing up. Each of my kids had a super close relationship with their grandma, and they're all missing her deeply. We were all so close, from family game nights, barbecues, Sunday drives, to family vacations and beyond. We really did a lot together. We've tried to continue all these things without her, but they're different now. As the kids say, it's just not right without Grandma. Some things will never be the same without her. Everywhere we go, there seems to be exactly one empty chair that she should be seated in. A perfect amount of empty space in a family photo where she should be standing. Or a little moment of silence where she should be laughing or adding to the conversation. Empty space. That's what it feels like. Empty, broken, shattered. Our family has an empty space where one of our members belong. An irreplaceable person was taken away from us abruptly. A member of our family unexpectedly gone. The rest of us left with a broken heart, shattered by the murder of an incredible person, left with an empty space that only she could fill. You can go to the next one, please. At this time, I would like to address my mother's murderer. Whatever your name is, I don't care. You ran over my mom like she was mere roadkill. The only reason you hit the brakes that day was to get her off the hood of your car. You targeted her with your vehicle, and you hit her on purpose. You don't deserve to be here. You do not deserve forgiveness. You somehow still get to talk to your mom, but mine is gone forever because you killed her. It's astonishing to me that any person could have absolutely zero regard for their fellow human being. Since you call yourself a man of God, then you know that the only punishment you are deserving of is death 6 times over. And I can't wait for the day that I hear you're dead in prison. Thank you. I appreciate your time.
My name is Alicia Kulik, and I am the youngest daughter of Jane Kulik. I've tried to figure out where to start, and there really isn't anywhere specific to start off with. I can't put all of my emotions onto however many pieces of paper because there's just not enough, at least in my mind. I've waited for this day, both anxiously, yet ready to share my piece on the matter. I'm here speaking upon behalf of my mother and the rest of my family, and my twin brother standing right next to me. I've been to most of the trial that I could make it to, as it is my first year in college, and my mom would want me to put my schooling first. I have many emotions on this subject, but without a doubt, the most extensive emotion I feel is grief. At the time of this tragedy, I was 17 years old, and I was starting my senior year of high school, which most people would think should be your best time of school. But for me, it was anything but that. I was starting my college journey, at least trying to. My mom managed to take my brother and I on at least 2 college tours before she had passed. It was my last prom, my 18th birthday, and of course graduating, all of which I did not enjoy. Not one of them. The joy of these things were stripped away from me quickly on November 21st of 2021. I could tell you every last detail about that day, up to the clothes I was wearing. I could tell you what show I was watching, as I am thankful that I was sick that day and couldn't be at the parade to see what many got to see, unfortunately. I was bummed at first because I was sick that day and I couldn't see my mom march in her first ever parade. She was really excited. Granted, she's marched in parades before alongside my brother and I through WPRF, but this time the light was supposed to shine on just her. I don't think that it had been 2 hours since she left that my dad got a phone call from someone my mom had been marching with, stating that she had been hit by a car. At first, I thought my dad was just upset about something over work, because that's kind of common. Or what my mind went to was that maybe the after parade traffic was pretty bad and she collided with another car, not a car to person. I remember the first thing I did is my dad told us all to run and get our shoes. And before anybody got into the car, I called my best friend. And I told her that my mom had been hit and I didn't know the extent to which, how bad the situation was. And I would fill her in whenever I could. On the way to the hospital was when reality quickly set in. And oh, how I wish I was right. I wish that it was just this. I just wish that it was a car-on-car crash, not an SUV to person. As we got closer to the hospital, the drasticity of this incident was quickly revealed. Ambulances were surrounding the hospital, and the waiting room was a triage. I will never forget the things I saw that day. I will never forget the chaos of parents searching for their children, demanding answers as we were for my mom. My dad rushed into the back. He had this sweatshirt on that had an ambulance symbol on it that he just thrifted. and used it to his advantage. I specifically remember seeing the extreme dancers with gashes in their head and cuts all over their body and blood all over their clothes. In one direction, I saw one girl, probably no older than 10, seizing in her wheelchair, and the mother just screaming, not knowing what to do for her precious child. In the other end, I saw a girl that was on a blanket on the floor. She was screaming every time she was touched. And when we couldn't find out any information about where my mom was, I quickly knew. Quickly my brain knew before my heart did the outcome. I'd never thanked my dad for this, but I appreciated the optimism and the composure he kept during the longest waiting period of my life. He was optimistic, saying that God would make everything okay. And we'd even joke around a little bit about my mom while she was dead. When a doctor finally approached us, I was in the bathroom. I had to take some time away from my family as I didn't want them to see I was upset. My older sister, she pulled me out and she told me that they finally had some information. And when they brought us back to the room and told us to sit down, you just know. I had to prepare myself for what I was about to hear. Hearing that my mom had deathly injuries in her head and her lungs and all the rest of her organs, and she was deceased. That is the words that he used. She was deceased. That is something that I will never be able to unhear, along with what I saw in the triage of that hospital waiting room that day. Oftentimes when I hear sirens, I'm scared. I'm scared that another family has to go through what I went through, what my family went through. And it's terrifying that in the world we live in, something like that can happen in the blink of an eye. We were driven home by a squad car that day, considering none of us were in good condition to drive. And I'll never forget all the phone calls I had to make to tell our loved ones that my mom was dead, that she didn't get the chance. She did not get a say in the matter. I remember calling my best friend, all of my best friends, and they stayed with me till 3 a.m, and my boyfriend, they all did. And the next day, I didn't even want to get out of bed. I couldn't. I still spend every day just waiting for this nightmare to end. As I think that second day, it still hasn't fully processed yet that my mom was no longer with us. I never would wish on my worst enemy to have the burden to share such horrible news that nobody ever prepares you for. After all is said and done, I couldn't get out of bed for a few days, nor did I have much of an appetite. The next few days consist of me trying to put together this new life, all of which still doesn't sink in sometimes. But other days, believe me, it does. Even though I've received so much love and support from the community, my friends, and my family, I've never felt so alone. I don't think I'd ever be capable of feeling this much pain in my life, but here I am. I'm watching my siblings and my nephews and niece and my cousins and my aunt and all the rest of my family going through this. It's just terrible. Up to today, I've experienced every holiday officially, besides my oldest nephew's birthday, without my mom, and they've all sucked. Every last one of them. I slept through most of Thanksgiving. Christmas was probably the most depressing of all. It's supposed to be a time of cheer and joy, but how is it supposed to feel any of these things with my mom being dead? It was her favorite time of year, which made it even harder to enjoy. Every time we went to church, the song Silent Night came on, and she'd always cry. And now I do the same. I also had my 18th birthday 2 months after she was murdered. If it wasn't for my sister planning an amazing party for both my brother and I don't think I would have gotten out of bed that day She was the woman that brought me into this world, and it didn't feel right celebrating without her. I had my senior prom without her, and she didn't get the chance to tell me how beautiful I looked, and then embarrass me with a bunch of pictures. I had to walk the stage at my high school graduation without my #1 supporter cheering me on in the crowd. I received scholarships, and my mom didn't get to tell me how proud of me she was. I spent most of my senior year in the guidance counselor's office, catching up on all the missing work that I had, simply because I couldn't focus in class or at home because I was too sad. There was a classmate in my school that truly understood what I was going through besides my friend and family. The day after the parade incident happened, she called me and she asked if I was okay because her family had experienced what I had. Her little sister was part of the dance team, and she was there and saw her sister get hit by this SUV. And as bad as it seems to say, I was glad in that moment that I had somebody that could relate to my situation that wasn't family. I felt for once that I had somebody that I could bond with that truly understood the emotions that I was feeling. I'm so glad that she didn't get to experience the extent of what I did and having to lose a loved one from the moment, but she came close. I love you guys. Quite often, I also think about my future as I think about my past memories with my mom. And although I wish I could say present memories, I don't have any. I think about how my mom won't be at my wedding, and I'm going to save a seat for her, but she won't be there, and she won't get to see me say my vows or get married to the love of my life. And she won't ever get to see my future kids, and they won't know what it's like to have a grandma that spoils them, and how I have to be the one with the burden to tell them of what happened to their grandmother and why they don't have one. I won't ever get to ask my mom for parenting advice as a first-time mom. You, Darrell Brooks, took these experiences away from both me and my brother, as he will be in the same position as I am. And I wish I could say that I don't carry anger in my heart, but that's just simply not true. I'm angry that all this could have been prevented if you had just stopped. I think about how my mom saw what was coming, and she knew that there was absolutely nothing she could have done about it. I'm angry because as if my mom flying over the roof of your car wasn't good enough for you, you slammed on your brakes to get her off and continued to run her over. She wouldn't even had a fighting chance because of you. I'm angry that all of us had to relive this trauma, as you sat in that chair for weeks, not giving a single crap about any of these people. I've watched as you mocked the Bible and people's religion and the fake tears that you put on. I've watched as you gave your closing statement about asking the jury to do what they think is right, when you couldn't have just done that yourself in the first place. I've waited for you to have a reason as to why you did all of this, so that maybe somehow I could get the slightest bit of closure. But I never will. A lot of people have asked me how I feel about the verdict. I feel happy that he was found guilty on all counts. Well, the jury found him guilty on all counts. But it doesn't do crap for me because that won't change what happened to my mom. She will not be coming home ever again. She will not ever make me another dinner. She will not ever attend my wedding. And I'll never get to hear her voice or hug her again. So really, it changes nothing for me. The only thing that it gives me at this time that I can say is that I know our justice system has persevered and that they have done my mom right. And I thank you all for that, as long with all the other victims. My life will never be the same because of you, Darrell Brooks. I have not enjoyed a single day fully since my mom has died. I'm depressed. A lot of the time, I don't watch certain shows anymore because it reminds me of my mom. I don't do certain things because it just hurts too much. I spent most of my summer inside instead of enjoying the sun and the warmth that we only get for a short period of time here in Wisconsin. I spent it inside, being sad. You don't know what it's like. I had to be in that waiting room, and my oldest nephew was texting me and asking me what is wrong and where his grandma was. And I couldn't lie to him. I had to say something. I was there when we had to break the news to my nephews and my niece that their grandma was not coming home. And I saw the tears run down their young, innocent faces and broke them. My nephew Darius, he's always been into video games. But recently, all he does is stay in his room on the video games, and he doesn't really come out much anymore, and I can't help but think that's because of this incident, that he can't see my mom smile, that she was taken from all of us way too young. My mom was the glue that kept this family together, and without her, we've been falling apart. We've been struggling to stick together because nothing's the same, and I blame you for that. Every piece of it. Thank you.
Thank you.
My name is Greg Houston. This is my wife, Carrie, family members of Jane Kulik. The definition of an angel is a person of exemplary conduct or virtue. They are tasked to keep thee in all ways. Jane Kulik had many roles and relationships in her life, all of them purposeful and endearing. The impact in her many lifelong friendships were far-reaching and will forever be felt. Jane had spent 52 years on this earth before she was ripped away from us by you on my daughter's birthday, which should have been a happy day. She was simply enjoying and celebrating the start of the season she loved best by handing out candy with her coworkers during the Christmas parade. That morning she went to church. She called her niece to wish her a happy birthday, planning to call her later in the day, and spend time talking and relaxing with her family before getting ready to go for a pre-parade lunch and Packer game with the last people who would see her alive. Jane considered those close to her as family. She had several families and roles within them. Some of them were daughter, sister, mother, wife, grandmother, aunt, and best friend. If you had gotten to know Jane, you would have known how seriously she took those roles and relationships. Her people were everything, and her biggest blessings and motivators were her children, Taylor, Jacob, and Alicia, husband John, her grandchildren, Robert, Darius, and Kylie. She was happiest when surrounded by all of them, planning trips, hearing about daily growing glows, having game night, and even just falling asleep while enjoying a movie together. The Benz Houston family was honored and blessed to spend 42 of those 52 years with Jane as our family. There are too many memories to list that include her. Memories that were both big and little life events. We would often hear stories of how her and her coworkers joked about her clumsiness, would be dressing up for the holidays, looked forward to and celebrate each other's milestones, or just plan to hang out. She was there for everything and for everyone. If she could not be there in person, she made up for it through weekly phone calls that would have you laughing yourself silly and creating a plan much like the one we had made the night before to go shopping, make cookies, just a fun holiday celebration. She was always willing and happy to help out, positive, never judgmental, spreading grace and patience to all she encountered. She loved, honored, and held dear her people and their places in her life.
Our places in her life were forced to change instantly on November 21st, 2021. Our places in her life became now the people that were responsible for helping to keep her family together and keep them strong, help her children and her grandchildren make it through everything. You changed our place in her life. You made it forefront and you made us helpless because we don't feel that we could do those things the way she could have. We feel inadequate and broken because of you. The evening of November 21st, 2021, everything changed. That evening, Alicia sent me a message saying, "Auntie, Mom's been hit and we don't know where she is or where they took her." We immediately drove out there to find her and helped make several phone calls to area hospitals to find her. After several hours of not having any answers, we finally decided to go sit in the lot of Waukesha Memorial, where her children and husband were trying to find out information and were under a lockdown. We couldn't even go hug them. After hours of not receiving confirmation, Taylor finally sent the hardest message I have ever had to read. "She's dead. She's dead." My daughter collapsed to the ground, and I turned to my husband and begged and cried for him to bring her back. I wanted her back. To tell you I know how we all moved and survived after that would be a lie. In the hours, days, and now a year following that night, we have all talked in the quiet hours when heartache, loneliness, nightmares, and anger set in about how much we miss her. For validation of our feelings and questioning of those same feelings, things we shouldn't have had to question. The question asked most by us is if Jane would have granted you grace. I know my answer. I know that she was the type of person that would have, never saying anything bad about anyone. But for us, it's just not that simple, sir. This is what we do know, though, as Jane's collective whole. We will and never could ever forget her. We mourn the fact that she missed her twins' senior year in graduation. We mourn the loss of her presence every day, and especially at family functions. We miss the long weekly phone calls on Wednesdays and Fridays, reminiscing about old times, people we miss in just our daily lives. We miss her hugs, the smell of her hair, her trying to hold in a laugh when we would make faces at an inappropriate time. And as we say,
We miss the 47 faces of Jane, much of which could be seen in the pictures taken just hours before her death. We are angry she will never be the mother of the bride or have the mother-son dance at her children's weddings. We are angry she will never get to make stronger bonds with the newest members of our family or hold the grandchildren and family yet to be born to her children or even ours. We are saddened that you feel you are suffering because your life has changed. For us, it changed the night you ripped her away from us and drove by with her body on top and slowed down and ran her over. You say you have a clear conscience. How can you suffer if you have a clear conscience? At least you will always still be able to make the phone calls, write the letters, and visit with your people. We simply cannot, sir. Above all else, we are angry that Jane became known by people more because of the day she died and the way she died than because of who she was. Taking all of that into consideration, we ask that you please hand down the maximum sentence for each conviction that you possibly could. The definition of an angel is a person of exemplary conduct and virtue. They are tasked with keeping their people safe, keeping them cherished, and keeping them loved. Those are all the things she did. So by that definition alone, Jane was an angel on earth. Thank you.
Thank you.
Those are the comments for group 3, Your Honor.
All right, then we'll take a 10-minute break and have you set up for the fourth.
Thank you.
Okay, well. Let's figure this out, shall we? All right. Well, so is he kicked out again? Is that, sorry, I had to step away for 2 seconds and I came back, and can someone catch me up as to what I just missed? I was gone for 30 seconds. But please fill me in as to what just happened. Because a couple hundred I'll run a break between groups. Okay. So yeah, 10-minute break. Okay, thank you. Appreciate it. So we're on a 10-minute break. I got nervous. I didn't know what was happening there. So the way they have it set up is they have, I think they said something like 12 people per group, and they have like 4 groups. So bear with us as we slide through this group. Man, it's just, it's this is where I think for the, not for the first time, but it's really coming back through, like the full weight of what it'd be like to lose like my mother, like right now, like this pre-holiday season. I remember when my father passed, it was a little different. It was definitely more of, it was understood, but if something as tragic like as this were to happen and they are to be taken from you, I would have a really hard time processing. I'd have a very, very hard time processing that. Yeah, so he's got, I think he does plan on having his 8-year-old daughter speak for him. Also, or at least being there while the mother of that child is speaking for him. Yeah, Polly. Yeah, it was definitely, like I said, this was a turn point for me in the stream world. I definitely had to take some time after this. It's just amazing that there's going to be anybody that will speak for him. I mean, I get that you have family, and I get that there's people who will miss him, right? But nothing can be said unless they're saying it to the victims that's really worth hearing, because it's not going to change the outcome. There's no person's going to say, hey, I miss my daddy and I want him home, so please don't send him to prison for killing all those people and hurting all those other people. As traumatic as that is for that child, it's just not going to change anything, and really that's sad. That's terrible too. It is terrible that even the people close to him, like his children, are losing, and there's an 8-year-old that's losing her dad now. And that's terrible. But the guy killed himself. You know what I mean? And but he did it through, assisted suicide. And that assistance was by murdering 6 other people, So as the one man said in his letter, he killed himself to the world. You know what I mean? No, Brianna, his oldest child is the one he has with Erica Patterson. This is another child, an 8-year-old, I believe, with a different woman, if I'm not mistaken. So, man, Christine, I'm sorry to hear about your father. That's terrible. I mean, no children should have to be experiencing this, or witnessing this or going through this. The fact that, it's happening is horrible. And that we all are here for it, is horrible as well, but that we have to be here for it. We're experiencing this all together. And I'm curious. Yeah. I mean, his mom was saying that he's not mentally fit. He's not mentally fit, when he was talking about defending himself. And I mean, he was mentally fit enough. He was certified by professionals to stand trial. He was also mentally fit enough to represent himself. I mean, there's really no other, you can't step back from that and say, well, at this point, maybe he wasn't mentally fit. We saw how he handled the court case, kind of bombed it on that. What are we going to do here? He's going to sit in and he's going to take it because he's earned this. This is exactly what he's earned. Everything about this. This is what he's done. These are the cause and effect, of his action. So wherever we go from here is going to be interesting, because we've got the victim impact statements and we've got family members or people that are speaking on his behalf to follow. So I don't think we are done with the victim side of it yet. So I don't believe they said what group was going to be coming in. next. Yeah. I mean, how many of you guys think that maybe I'll put it up on YouTube here, whatever, maybe even on Facebook. Like, is he going to cry? Is Darrell Brooks is there anything that'll be said at this point? Any witness or victim that will speak that may in any way affect him at all? Like at all? Because I'd be curious to see it. I don't believe that that's even part of it right now. I don't know if he personally gets to speak. He might have a chance to speak, but he already gave his closing arguments. I don't think he's able to speak. And if they do, I would hope that every single person, as he's trying to speak, just objects, like in like one at a time. Every time he says something, objection, this is all bullshit. Objection, objection, objection. I wouldn't even let him speak. I would not allow him the opportunity to, for this guy to actually have anything to say. I don't think at this point there's anything that he should be permitted to say. I think he's exhausted that opportunity by being, the person that he's been. There's zero remorse from him. There's nothing that he's doing at this point to say that there's anything he's going to say that needs to be heard, especially not by the victims. They've already had to deal with him this entire time. We've had to deal with him for multiple weeks. It was 2+ weeks of this guy basically just badgering people and making a carnival out of the carnage that he caused. And so to think that people are going to have to listen to him give some kind of last ditch, like, woe is me, I'm so sorry, please forgive me, blah, 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 whatever, it's forget it, man. Just forget it. We've passed that point. You know what I mean? We're not there anymore. At this point, if he's not saying, I'm sorry, I take full accountability for everything that's happened. And I've said it before, I hope that whatever sentence I get will in some way, shape, or form bring some type of closure or peace to you, your families, the community, and all the people that I've affected through my horrific actions. I hope, if nothing more, that is something that comes out of this. If he could even do that, give that young lady a chance to even hear that he would say, listen, I took your mother from you. I hope that me spending the rest of my life in prison, never seeing the light of day again, in that respect, will give you some type of closure, some type of peace, because really, I mean, that's all he could offer anybody at this point, is just for him to just basically acknowledge anything he's done, which he hasn't done. He's blamed everybody around him, blamed the world around him, blamed the car that he was driving. He blamed he blamed the victims. He blamed God. He blamed everybody. I mean, you listen to his closing, if you listen to his closing statement, his final closing arguments, whatever, it says it all. I think that says basically all of how he is. Jacqueline, definitely known plenty of narcissists. Yeah. He is exactly who he's been from day one. We can't expect to see anything different of him. He's proven that he is going to be exactly who he is. And if nothing else, that gave us a chance to at least laugh at him throughout the course of the case without having to take him serious. Yeah, no, you're right, Kathy. I think all people that have any kind of compassion in their heart and their soul of any kind would think along the ways that we are thinking, but when you look at people like Darrell Brooks, I think that he is so self-confirmed in his belief that the world has done him wrong and he is the victim, to the point that even the victims are writing him letters, hoping that he'll understand that he's not the victim. Like, they're writing him letters in prison saying, hey man, listen, or in jail, listen, you need to figure it out. You know, like I'm stepping outside of my comfort right now because you murdered someone in my family. But dude, you need to sort it out. But he'll get sorted out, you know. All jokes aside, you know, I think we all know that he's not going to make it in prison. He's not going to make it. What I would hope is that they actually do make some type of movie, you know, and in that they really showcase him for the real garbage human being that he is, and that the movie makes a ton of money and all of those victims are able to get some kind of civil compensation for, you know, for their heartache and the hardships. You know, that would be my hope. If anything, you know, there's a million things I would hope actually, but moving into things that might happen, because now what the families could all file civil suits. And if Darrell Brooks had any idea of, you know, of writing a book, you know, of self-publishing his autobiography of, you know, Meth Boy Fly and the journey of my life, or whatever kind of nonsense he would put on as a title, you know, any of those proceeds would be 100%, you know, absorbed by the courts, and then the crime victims compensation would be then distributed to the victims, of which there are many. And so, you know, it'd be great if he did write a book, and people were able to make money on it. And but the issue that I would have with that, I think anybody would, is that then we'd have to hear his story, and none of us care anymore, you know. So we're back.
All right, we are back on the record then, and you may continue.
Share the screen, y'all.
A number of minors in this group, so we're going to be just a little bit more methodical about getting folks up here. So the
All right,
first,
thank you.
But
will
yeah,
be,
please share the stream.
for victims AA and BB, and victim AA, correct? Okay. Which does have one. Yep.
Good afternoon. My name is Leanne Hollingsworth, the mother of 2 victims. I want to start by thanking everyone involved in this case by bringing justice for us as victims. I want to thank all of the officers, first responders that helped us that day, especially the amazing Waukesha County Sheriff who was willing to transport me and my daughter to the hospital so quickly. If it wasn't for you, I'm not sure she'd be here today. Thank you to all of the staff at Children's Hospital for the amazing care for my daughter. And thank you to the Waukesha community. Thank you to the Good Samaritans who stayed with my daughter until I arrived, covered her with blankets to keep her warm, tried to comfort her. To all of you, I'm forever grateful. November 21st, 2021 is a day that will forever be etched in our minds and hearts as one of the worst days of our lives. On this day, you, Darrell Brooks, made the conscious decision to drive through the Waukesha Christmas parade and destroy the sense of security and safety of my family and thousands of others. My 2 daughters were doing what they love most, dancing in the parade with their teammates, when you destroyed that fun. My oldest daughter watched as her teammates went flying through the air, one of which was her sister. She had to make the frantic call to me to tell me that her sister was injured. Not only that, but because you, Darrell Brooks, continued driving and didn't stop, no one knew if the danger was gone or if they were still at risk. I remember the terrified phone call from a couple of blocks away, telling me to get inside the nearest building to stay safe. As a mother, I knew in that moment I couldn't leave my kids alone, so I had to make the choice to risk my own safety, run all the way down Main Street to get to them. I myself had to see the carnage of what you, Darrell Brooks, did to so many people. Those images will never leave me and will haunt me for the rest of my life. That view can only be described as that of a war scene, one which you knowingly caused. As we made our way down Main Street, I had no idea what to expect when I found my younger daughter. Mr. Brooks, you mentioned your young daughter during the trial. I want you to picture your daughter right now, your 8-year-old daughter. And I want you to imagine the fear and anger that you'd feel if a monster drove over your daughter and many others. I want you to picture finding your own daughter when I describe what I found. When I finally found our group, I had to run from person to person, lying on the ground to find my daughter. And when I finally did, she was unresponsive, couldn't open her eyes, was missing her white Christmas hat and headband and her shoe. Her sock was shredded with road rash on her foot. Her left leg was bent horribly in a way a leg shouldn't bend. Her head was immediately swelling in addition to the road rash across her face and the rest of her body and the blood coming from her mouth. It was over the next few days we learned of the extent of all of her injuries. Severe bleeding of the brain, which required emergency surgery, severe traumatic brain injury, multiple skull fractures, which required emergency surgery to repair, a severely broken femur which required 2 surgeries to repair, a pelvic bone fracture, and I'm sure many others that I missed in the hundreds of pages of reports from her injuries and weeks-long hospital stay. While my husband and I stayed in the hospital with our youngest daughter, unsure of whether she would live to see the next day, my family stepped up to take care of our older daughter and help her try to feel safe after the trauma that you had just inflicted. I cannot begin to expect a narcissist like you to understand what it's like to sit in the ICU staring at your daughter with tubes and wires from every part of her body trying to keep her alive, watching every monitor and test result, hoping that things are going the right direction, not knowing if your daughter is going to wake up the same bright, bubbly girl she was before a monster plowed through at her Christmas parade. When she did wake up, the real struggle began. Our then 9-year-old daughter had to learn to eat, talk, move, and walk again. She had to use a wheelchair and walker for months, even as she returned to school. Instead of playing in the snow with her friends at recess, she sat in a wheelchair. She couldn't dance. She couldn't run around playing with her friends. Even today, she deals with the effects of this day. Her leg still hurts. She struggles with the neurological effects of her injuries, is on seizure medication, and worries about every little symptom for fear it is something bigger related to her injuries. Your own mother and grandmother, Darrell Brooks, have claimed your supposed mental health issues are to blame, but you, Darrell Brooks, were found to be completely competent and fully aware of exactly what you were doing. All you had to do was hit the brakes instead of the gas pedal. Yet, like the narcissist you are, you claimed you honked to the horn, but in your eyes, somehow it was their fault. They didn't get out of the way. You were so fully aware of your wrongfulness of your actions that you ran from the vehicle, tried to change your appearance, and lied in an attempt to get away from the scene. You knew exactly what you were doing. Darrell Brooks, you have destroyed our sense of safety and security in our own community. You are the reason my kids are afraid to cross the street. You are the reason my kids don't sleep at night. You are the reason we may never enjoy a parade again. You are the reason my daughters are afraid of the dark. You are the reason my daughters don't feel safe without their parents around. You are the reason we visit doctors constantly. And you are the reason their lives will never be the same again. You have taken something from them that cannot be regained, and for that, I hope you rot in hell.
The Waukesha Christmas Parade, November 21st, 2021, impacted me both physically and mentally because of you, Darrell Brooks. After the Christmas parade incident, that night, I had to try and find my sister. I was taken away from her to get to safety. I had to explain to my mom what happened while crying and trying to get to a safe spot. I got to finally find my family, but then getting taken away again from my mother and sister to get to safety. I had to try to stay calm in front of all of my cousins and family. I was not able to see my sister for over a week and a half, and I did not get to see my mom for several days. All of these things and many more were very hard for me. I was so worried, not just about my parents and my sister, but about all of my friends and family that were either at the parade or in it. After the parade, I was scared to go in my own house. I was even scared to be in a room or house alone. It was very scary to do anything alone. I was scared of everything. I didn't sleep for the first night, even though you, Darrell Brooks, were arrested. I was so worried about that something might happen. I no longer felt safe. Not only did you impact me, but you also impacted my sister Mackenzie. She was severely injured with a brain injury and a broken femur. She was in the hospital for 2 weeks because of you. I didn't get to spend as much time as I normally would with my parents because they were at the hospital with my sister. During the holidays and Thanksgiving, I should have been able to spend with my parents and sister, but I couldn't because of you. The incident impacted me physically as well. I had a huge bruise on my back, as well as the bruised bones in both of my ankles. That night, as soon as you drove through the parade, all I could think about was my sister. I was so worried about her. I kept trying to find her. After running from person to person, she was the last person that I found. All I remember was seeing my teammates' terrified faces as they were on the sidewalk. As I was looking for my sister, I saw 4 of the girls that were injured on the ground before I even found my sister. When I found her, I was suddenly rushed into a store, as I was still on the phone with my mom. As soon as I rushed into the store, my nana and uncle both came to get me when my mom went to the hospital with my sister. All I can remember is that I wasn't even scared for myself. I was mostly worried about my family and my teammates. It was almost 3 hours before we were allowed to leave the church. We were on lockdown. I hadn't had any connection with my family for the whole time that I was in the church. There were a lot of people coming into the church after I came in trying to all stay safe. It's hard to even think that you do not even care about anything that you did or anyone that you hurt. It's hard to know that all you care about is trying to make everyone feel unsafe and scared to do anything. The fact that most scared me and made me feel disgust when I heard your name or saw you was the fact that you didn't stop when you hit multiple people. You didn't stop when you saw or heard yourself hitting people, and the most horrific thing is that all you try to do is run away from your problems. Let this be a lesson to you, Darrell Brooks. Your crimes and stupidity is always going to come back to you, no matter how hard you try for it not to. I hope you know that you were such a horrible person that night, and I hope you get what you deserve, and I know that you will.
For the record, that was victim AA, Your Honor.
Let me start off by saying I am one of 4 siblings that were victims of Mr. Brooks. In fact, I am the oldest child, and with being the oldest, that comes with an unhealthy ambition to protect my family. But that night, on November 21st, I felt like I was unable to achieve that goal. My siblings, fortunately, don't remember that night, but unfortunately, I do. I remember everything from celebrating my sister's birthday beforehand to meeting her unconscious at the hospital. I can't help but feel guilty for what happened to my brother that night, everything up to his open compound fracture and his shattered humerus. Something deep inside me still believes that it's my fault. He wasn't supposed to be there that night. He wasn't supposed to be walking in the parade, but he wanted to because his older sister was there. He was right next to me through the whole parade up to when we got struck. I can't help but feel like some of my mental and physical injuries, or some of his mental physical injuries, are my fault. I still remember screaming his name while being carried into Burlap and Lace on Main Street. I would like to say I had hope, but with all the frustrated, confused, and what-if statements and scenarios in my head, that hope eventually turned into doubt. That night, I realized the love I had for my family. I still have regrets and struggles, but so does my mom, dad, friends, and community. We all have regrets, but the struggles we faced are laying on your hands, Mr. Brooks. My uncle always told me to show kindness through times of trial, but I am not able to give that to you. Even through school, I've been taught that forgiveness is the moral way to forget, but I will never be able to forgive and forget. I mean, how can a man not know the difference between good and evil, right and wrong, good and bad? Basic things you were taught in kindergarten. Brooks, your behavior before and during this trial, your ignorance and arrogance to the victims of your crime is so disrespectful and just unbelievable. Fun fact, you, Mr. Brooks, brought my mom to testify on your behalf. How could you believe that was the civil thing to do, knowing that she had 4 kids injured and hit by your SUV? You knew that this would affect her and my family emotionally and physically. How could you be so stupid, egotistical, and delusional? You bring up mental illness, but what I find unacceptable is the fact that you had the choice, but you kept going. I will always have the simple question of why. But that might never be answered. My sisters had a passion for dance. My brother played baseball and soccer. I am a dancer and I will always be a dancer, but because of your actions, it will never feel the same. I know my siblings and I have accepted the fact that we might never be able to regain our passions and dreams. We know that we now have lifelong challenges, but we also have people that support us and help us regain our hope and goals that we lost that night. Overall, I want people to remember that this is not about the parade, this is about the man. The depression, anger, sorrow, all these negative feelings shouldn't be directed towards the parade, instead directed towards the man. This is not the parade's fault, and I think we need to come together as a community and realize that. With all the media and all the press, reaching out to my family in the past year has brought anxiety and stress. But I want to thank my family, friends, and community one more time for supporting my family through these trying times and also giving me the confidence to stand here and say I want to punch this man in the face. Your Honor, I need Darrell Brooks to serve the time he deserves without parole. I need him to be locked up for life, and that is my statement.
And that was written JJ, Your Honor.
Thank you.
Mr. Darrell Brooks, I am back. Do I have to say more? My daughter pretty much clarified why the hell did you bring me up to the stand? Pardon my language, Judge. Absolutely boggles my mind. Absolutely boggles my mind. Once, twice, 3, 4, 5 times. They brought my children's names up. They addressed concerns. Your arrogance and your behavior is just pathetic. On that behalf, though, I am here on behalf of not 1, not 2, not 3, but 4 children. I'm not going to testify and tell you all the particulars and injuries of what happened to my children. We saw that on the stand. I'm not going to tell you about the stress of how, as parents, we had to suffer and continue to suffer day after day, taking our kids to appointments, having a healthy mind and soul. But you know what? We're doing a darn good job. I say this with a heavy heart. I have my kids here. I have my kids here. Grayson, as Charlotte says, had an open compound fracture. We know how an open compound fracture happens, Mr. Brooks. You could have stopped. You saw the darn exhibit. You saw that exhibit of my daughter. You saw her. And your expression is unacceptable. Your behavior has been unacceptable. Emotionally, as a mother, you have to go one way or another. You have to, let me just start off by saying, as Charlotte knows, there were 2 calls that came to me that night, and I couldn't put everything together. I was just like, what is going on? That 3rd call, my mindset changed. I couldn't cry. I couldn't get mad. I had to fight for my children. Their father and I had to push forward. Do we have time to worry about our own feelings? Oh boy. We still are working through that. I am working through that. But you know what? I won't show them weakness. They are on a positive road, mentally and physically. My son Grayson loves soccer, can kick that ball in any direction. And now he's still learning to walk and run in a consistent manner. Alice, as Charlotte mentioned, whose passion was dancing, has sorrow now. She hasn't made it back to dancing yet. Vivian, the youngest, as you saw in that exhibit as I spoke, is the life of the family, joking, living it up when you broke her tailbone and she was unconscious at Children's Hospital for extended time. You did that, Mr. Brooks. This is on you. But these kids will not be weak. Their family will not allow them to be weak. They are going to strive for success with what you put them through. Again, I want to limit any injury, things of that nature, because you know what? They're striving. They're doing great. And I can only hope that they continue in that manner. in a positive nature. What I do want to thank is a few people, Jeff, who helped Charlotte that night, both Officer Ryan with Waukesha, I'm using their first names, Officer Ryan, who did save Grayson's life, Officer Ryan from Milwaukee, who did drive Grayson to the hospital, the other fellow dance families who have slowly and surely advised me of their personal connections they had with my 4 kids that night, that I can't be thankful, or sorry, I'm going to be forever grateful there for their love and compassion. For their grandparents who had to watch our 2 other children while 2 of them were in Children's Hospital for extended time. And for my sisters who were my heart and soul during this whole time, helping my family move forward, trying to figure out how we move forward with 4 children being injured. I do have, in closing, as I mentioned earlier, I do say with a heavy heart, my hands are shaking, sorry. I do have a heavy heart because I do have my children with me. But as Charlotte has said, my brother, who unfortunately passed away 2 months before this event took place, always told us kindness will take you far. So to those who unfortunately are not with us, I just would like to read the following. I watch you every day. I am always very near. I know deep down in your heart you realize that I am here. I hear you when you speak to me, when you are on your own. You cannot understand the reason that I am gone. I will never leave you. I am here to keep you strong. Talk to me. I hear you. We share an unbroken bond that will always be. Death won't keep us apart, for our love is forever. Just remember me in your heart, and one day we will be together. Live your life and live it full. Don't waste a single day. Remember, I am always with you every step of the way. And as it has been said before, we do have angels looking over us. And my children now have 6 more. Thank you, Judge.
Thank you.
I have struggled to write down words to describe the impact November 21st of 2021 has had on me. What was supposed to be a joyful day was quickly turned into an unimaginable nightmare. I woke up that morning excited for the parade instead of dreading it like I always do. Out of all the Waukesha parades I've walked in the past 4 years, this was the only one I looked forward to. If only I knew it was going to be the worst day of my life. As the parade started, I went around taking pictures of all the girls while they danced, so their parents had action shots of them dancing. We rounded the corner of White Rock and finally made it onto Main Street. I remember seeing the beautiful sunset behind my girls. I recorded them dancing with the sunset behind them. Little to know, that would be my last video of them. My video was taken exactly 10 minutes before the defendant senselessly drove his car straight into my girls' backs. They didn't even have the chance to move out of the way before he plowed into them and continued on his path of destruction. Alice was the first body I saw. I picked her up immediately and was quickly yelled at to put her down, not knowing it could have just caused more damage to her. She was awake and conscious. I took off my coat to give her a pillow and laid over her body to shield her. I kept telling her she was going to be okay. One thing that will stick with me forever is the fact that she looked up at me
with her teeth chipped and knocked out, and said, "Why would someone do this?" I will never forget those words. The defendant was 39 at the time. She was 10. If a 10-year-old knew it was wrong, so did he. But he didn't care because he kept driving. He is the definition of a monster. After Alice, I was with 2 more of my girls in the street before making my way to the hospital. The hospital was also another chaotic scene. Bodies all over. People were standing, sitting, and laying in the ground. I saw one of my girls laying on the floor with her mom. I held her hand and kept asking her to squeeze me, so I knew she'd stay with us. She kept going in and out of consciousness. Every time she'd open her eyes, her mouth would open as she sobbed in absolute pain. I glanced to my left and saw another one of my girls in a wheelchair with about 5 nurses huddled around her. She wasn't doing good, and they knew that. We rushed her to the back as she started to seize and vomit. When her parents arrived, I left the hospital not knowing if I'd ever see some of my girls alive again. The following days, weeks, and months were just as horrible. 4 of my girls were in comas. The questions never stopped circulating in my head. Would they ever wake up? Would they even remember who I was? The thing about being a coach is you're kind of stuck in between being a mom and a friend. I felt trapped that I couldn't take their pain away, trapped that I couldn't be there with them at the hospital every day. I had to put a brave face on for all of my other girls, even though I was completely broken inside. Attempting to describe the impact this evil crime has had on me would be impossible. How can I write into words something that broke me so badly? Emotionally and mentally, I have never been the same since that day. Throughout the whole trial, I waited for the defendant to cry, for him to show some sort of remorse for my girls and everyone else he hurt. He has shown no sense of empathy other than for himself. Only a monster would show no remorse for such a heinous crime they committed. He knew exactly what he was doing, and he just kept driving. He knew it was wrong because he then attempted to flee after he ditched the car. He's a selfish and cowardly human being who deserves to never see the daylight again. Thank you.
Remember from the trial, Your Honor, that was Alicia Kulik. Yes, thank you.
My name is Dylan Urell. I'll read their symbols that I was given: IIJJKKLL. But their names are Charlotte, Alice, Vivian, and Grayson. I'm not a victim. It's very hard for me to stand up here and to be talking about a victim when I don't feel like a victim. My children are the victims. Other people were victims. I'm a beholder. And I feel I'm a beholder of the darkness and the evil, but also the light and the good of the aftermath of the act of violence that Mr. Brooks brought upon the community that evening. Let's talk about, this is a Christmas parade that I've attended many times. My oldest daughter, Charlotte, has been a part of the extreme dance for many years. She was there handing out candy along with my son. At that time, I did not know that he was handing out candy. But I knew that my 2 other daughters were a part of the teams. They were part of the junior team and the mini team. I sometimes walk into the parade. I do not like walking in the July 4th parade because it's too hot. Okay, I'd rather walk during the Christmas parade when it's a little bit cooler out. But at that time, I texted my mom and said, would you like to come? I was not supposed to be at that parade. I was supposed to be up north hunting that weekend. So I decided to stay back. Decisions that I reflect upon and think about how I became in that spot off of Wisconsin Avenue on that day. So my mom texted me and said, yes, I will come meet you. So I was not, and if she did not do that, I was going to text my oldest daughter, Charlotte, and say, I'm going to meet you in the staging area and I will come walk with you and hand out candy.
So I was standing on Wisconsin with my mom, and to say now about this parade. Now this is about children. The Christmas parade is about children, about happiness, love. That evening, if people remember, was very cold and windy, very bitter wind, where sometimes that wind gets you and you're almost just standing there. But even through that coldness and the bitter wind, you can really, truly feel the happiness within the crowd of the parade. And I thought about that. And it's just about, I knew that possibly around the corner, standing over on Wisconsin, that eventually the extreme team would be coming around that corner and I'd see them. And then I had my hood up and it was cold, but then at the corner of my eye and kind of watching it, I see a red SUV start to come around that corner, but not really fast, not very fast, because Mr. Brooks, you hit the brakes to go around the corner. If you did not hit the brakes, you would have taken that turn way too fast. And then you would have gone into the Veterans Park. So that part that didn't seem too odd to me. My hood was kind of covering. I didn't really see the damage of the SUV. So I saw the SUV turn, but I didn't think it was odd until it did not turn and crashed through the barriers. And then the officer shot 3 times after it. Silence. The parade now, everyone is silent. Northwest Avenue, I live on that road, 2 blocks up. That is my road that I live in. Silence. But then people start kind of moving, where it's like the parade just stopped. I moved to the corner, and then you start seeing and feeling the people starting to stream around the corner, screaming, crying. I have my mom with me. They're saying, do not go around that corner. There are dead people. Do not go around that corner. We both looked at each other and I said, where are the children? So me and my mom went around that corner and really went through the wake of the evil and hell that Mr. Brooks, that you brought to this community. And going through and seeing and going around the corner and seeing just bodies as far as you can see, injured on the ground. And sometimes I feel personal guilt that I couldn't truly stop and help some of those people in need. I had to keep going. Until I paused and paused. I have my mom screaming, crying, seeing women, adults, people injured, deceased bodies. Once we passed through that section, that's where, Mr. Brooks, you changed me. Because at that point, there's a difference where they talk about an active shooter. Not everyone saw the officer shoot. So then in that case, they didn't know. There's a lot of chaos. There's a lot of misunderstanding. There's a lot of just in that all the realm. People are screaming. People are crying. There's people running all over the place. That's where you changed me, Mr. Brooks. That's where after a thing, I gave myself up to say, if there's an active shooter, I am willing to get shot in my head. I am running up this street. Where are my kids? And that's what I did. And as the darkness descended upon that street, as the sun was going down, and I run up the middle of the street, and I run up to the 5 points, I start seeing the extreme truck that they use, pom-poms on the ground, but you can't see around. And then I come around. I left my mom, which was a decision that I had to make. She caught up, but I took off running. I found my daughter, Alice, first, and it was mentioned. She had broken teeth, blood on her face, facial. She's so brave. When I came to her, I screamed her name 2 to 3 times. There were people around her trying to help her. She looks at me and she goes, Daddy, I'm okay. I'm okay. And I didn't know what to. And she looked at me and I just, at that point, I didn't understand. And she goes, and I go, where's Vivian? She's over there. And I look around and there's my youngest daughter over by the side of the curb, motionless. Her limbs weren't moving, but yet her body was shaking uncontrollably. So I went over there to help there. And from my daughter, Alice, I learned that my son, for the first time handing out candy, was in the parade. I did not know that. I was also told by her that Charlotte, my oldest, was there and she was injured. You did this. They weren't the only ones, the children. This is a Christmas parade about love and happiness, getting ready for the holiday season. I'm sitting in the other room watching other statements and watching you roll your eyes to people's powerful statements. The hurt that people have in their souls. And you're rolling your eyes at them and making facial expressions. If I look around this room, no one else is wearing a mask. What are you hiding from? You're wearing a mask. I don't see anybody else. Forgiveness. I do not forgive you. I do not forgive you because I have not heard these 3 words from you through this entire trial. I am sorry. Not once. Not once have I ever heard anything. What I've heard you do is be abusive. Abusive to the judge, abusive to the prosecution, abusive to the witnesses. And I think that's what you have. You're an abuser. And then when people stick up to you, do you want to become? Now you're the victim. You carry your Bible. And you say you're a God-fearing man. But I feel those scriptures are hollow and empty to you now. Just like God has left you. You can pat your chest and have that book open, but I don't believe those words and those scriptures mean anything to you anymore. My children are healing, and the community is healing. There is no verses between my children and the other people that hurt, the people that lost their lives and their families. But we're all in this together now. All of us, the community. It isn't just people that live in Waukesha. What you did have these energy that went across, it goes so far for the people that you hurt. And I don't think you truly understand that, or maybe you don't care. For the sentencing, as other people have said, I feel the maximum is appropriate in this situation. The terror, the horror, the pain, the fear that you've caused to so many individuals. And everyone has their own unique path for healing. And I hope that you will get sentenced to what you deserve. Thank you.
Thank you.
I'm curious if
Honestly, I have so much to say.
if he'll go to
you,
a
Darrell.
special offenders prison,
support.
or if he'll go to
You
a general
exemplify
prison
Christ.
and have to
And
stay in
you were
isolation.
very
I don't know.
blessed and honored for that. So thank you. Okay. You guys were amazing, honestly. So thank you. My daughter was not listed as a victim. She was dancing with Extreme Dance Team on November 21st with my niece. She was on the right side of the route and did not get hit. But she did not get hit by the car. She got hit by another team member. And that wasn't revealed to me, Darrell, until I watched the video. And I struggled to understand how my daughter got injured. And I'll get more into that. But that day, you impacted thousands. And I know this is just another story for you. And I wish it would impact you. And I really pray that it does, okay? So, as the parade started, we were by the library. I dropped my daughter off in her position with her team. And I just remember when the parade had stopped, and I knew immediately. My sister-in-law got a phone call from my niece. And my niece, who's 13 at the time, said my whole team is dead. Our girls were living in fear, thinking their teammates were dead, Darrell. They thought they were dead. The images that they saw of their friends will never be erased.
We got the phone call, and I did not see you hit anybody. When I hit the main street, I saw the dancing grannies dying. I didn't know who they were until the names were released, and I had to figure out in my own head who I saw dying. One of the moms, who's an ICU doctor, was working on one of the dancing grannies. There was blood everywhere, Darrell. You have to see what you did. I had no idea what I was walking into. And honestly, I'm so sorry for all the families who lost their loved ones. What I saw, no human being should ever see. Everyone that was in the court witnessed what you did, but I lived it, I walked it. Heard things I didn't want to hear. I heard someone screaming over Jane Kulik. And I no longer could remember anything after that, after I saw Jane dying, till I got to my daughter. We were ushered into the bakery, and I screamed for my daughter. She was safe. But I have survivor's guilt over her living, and that's not fair. 6 people died. There's a mom who doesn't have her baby boy anymore, and I got to go home with her that night. Once we were released from the bakery, we had to walk back through the nightmare. It was a crime scene. There were bodies covered up that my daughter had to see a dead person covered up because it was a crime scene. The next day, my daughter woke up and screaming in pain. They didn't take her to the hospital. I did what I thought was best, to take her to the chiropractor and get her x-rays. I'm a naturopath, so that's what I do. Her doctor has never seen such a twisted spine, neck, pelvis. We had to put her back together. She was, but emotionally she was broken. She had nightmares. She missed school weekly. And it's because of another little girl who hit her from the car that you hit. And I figured that out a few weeks ago. I didn't know what happened. Darrell, I don't know what's in your heart. I don't. But also God tells us that we will know them by their fruit. I'm a Christian. I believe in the Bible. I believe in everything that the Bible has to say. I'm not perfect either. But what we witnessed during the trial was you reading or holding your Bible, even in anger, saying that you were reading the book to the judge. What is hard to witness is that reading that Bible has not brought you to repentance. When I read that Bible, the things that I've done, I'm repentant and I say sorry for what I've done. I'm not perfect. So when the word of God convicts us by reading the word, it produces change. I have not seen that in you. Not once have you repented to even ask for forgiveness for what you've done. Not once have you admitted what you've done. Can you not face what you've done? You have to. You have to face what you've done. You presented to the court that you didn't want to be called by your name. This is a trial that you caused. The DA didn't cause this trial. My daughter and her team didn't cause this trial. The state of Wisconsin and all parties involved didn't cause this trial. You did. You have to own that. To me, this is not a man who's after God's heart. You use the Bible and you use God. That's blasphemy. I know what I'm talking about. This is not a matter of mental health or a system failing you. You failed yourself. If you are a man like you say you are, and you were not brought up this way, and you were brought up in a Christian home, go back to your Christian roots. Go back to the man that God actually wanted you to be. But in turn, you have not had any responsibility to confess of what you did that day. You can't face that you murdered people, you've injured hundreds, you emotionally traumatized thousands, and not repent from what you did. To repent means that and to be saved means you get to enter the kingdom of heaven. Okay? You have to ask for forgiveness. You have to admit what you did. This is not going to change bringing people back. It's not going to change the 21st. It's not going to change people's lives. But you might actually help someone heal just by saying, I'm sorry. You also said in your closing statement that this was God's will for what you did that day. And that I believe is a false testimony of the God that I know. You are a father. And my daddy, my heavenly Father, would never, ever want anyone to be murdered with a car as the murder weapon. All those you hurt and killed that day, they're his children. Doesn't matter what age they were. John 1:9 says, if we confess our sins, he's faithful and just to forgive our sins, to cleanse us from unrighteousness. That includes you, Darrell. You must confess to all these people in God so that you can be saved. And that's not popular. For you to enter the kingdom of heaven, it is possible. The man hanging on the cross, like the earlier statement, he was saved that day and the other one wasn't. And that I want you to sit with. For the wages of sin is death. That means hell. That means hell. But the free gift of God is eternal life in Jesus Christ. So I'm angry for what you did. I'm sad that a lot of people don't get to spend another day with their loved ones. I'm sad that a lot of my dance family, we don't know. We don't know the outcome of their brain injuries and what's their future. You have to traumatize families and people that have witnessed. You have thousands. You killed 6 people. But maybe, just maybe, you could bring some peace to some of these people. Do you hear me, Darrell? Instead of rolling your eyes at what you did, disrespected, and I know people yelled at you today, but I'm not coming to you in anger. I'm coming to you in unconditional love because that's what our Father offers us. I don't know if I have forgiven you yet, and I know that's what God wants me to do, but I think that you could just offer a little peace by just saying, I'm sorry. Thank you. November 21st will never be the same. It was a very tragic day for us all. With this day being the day after my birthday, November 20th, I was thinking it would be a good day. I was going to be dancing in the parade with Waukesha Extreme Dance Team. I loved this team as a whole. My mom, dad, aunt, and cousin were sitting at the end of the parade route. As we got closer to the parade starting, I got a really uneasy feeling in my stomach. As me being a Christian, I believed it was the Holy Spirit warning me. My cousin was also on the team with me. In the parade, she was in front of me and we were both on the far right side. As we danced in the parade, I knew something was wrong. Something just didn't sit right with me. After this feeling, my hearing went out. All I heard was loud thump noises. My friends getting hit by the SUV. I had seen 2 girls fly across the concrete and hit the curb in front of me. I got out of the way, confused and in shock. I remembered I had left my phone in the car. I saw my cousin Brooklyn get her phone out and call her mom. As a 13-year-old, the words she spoke on the phone are words I would never want to hear someone I cared so deeply for say. As her mom answered the phone, not knowing what had happened, Brooklyn spoke and said, "Mom, my whole team is dead." People then told us there was a shooting and we needed to get to safety, so we went inside of a bakery. They told us all to go into the back of the bakery for safety. I called my mother off of somebody's phone and told her to get inside and be safe, but she told me no, she was going to find me. I told her the building name I was in. I sat there drowning in my thoughts until my mom had got there. As she entered, I heard her screaming my name. She hugged me, and a few seconds later, somebody screamed that there was an active shooter, so we all dropped to the ground. I moved to the corner where Brooklyn, my aunt, and other friends were sitting. It felt like we were sitting there for hours when it wasn't that long. As we sat there, my best friend, my cousin, was saying something that would haunt me forever. She sat there with her head tucked in her knees, repeating over and over and over again to herself how she thought she was gonna die. I thought my best friends had died that day. and this thought will forever be with me. We eventually got let out to walk back to our cars. As we were walking out, I saw one of my best friends laying on the ground of the bakery. She had not been taken to the hospital yet. I stayed calm that whole time up until I saw her. As I walked back to my car, link armed with my friend, we tried to look at our feet and not up at the street, but I couldn't help looking up. I'd seen bodies covered up in the streets. That image will never leave my mind. I woke up the next day not being able to move my body. I screamed and cried thinking I was paralyzed. We didn't go to the hospital but to the chiropractor. I got x-rays done and they came back showing the worst whiplash my chiropractor has ever seen. My spine was thrown off and twisted in ways it should not have been. It was so bad my spine could barely support holding up my head. It was the worst pain I've ever felt. My mom asked me if I got hit by the car, but I told her I couldn't remember. For the last year, I've been recovering still. Many days I'd feel pain unimaginable. I also had got horrible migraines a lot. Many days my whole arm would go numb from the injury. Some days I couldn't feel any of my left side. These days were some of the scariest. We couldn't figure out how I got injured until a video was released. It showed how a girl that had got hit flew into me, injuring me. Not only did this day change my life physically, but mentally too. I struggled with depression afterwards. I blamed myself for this awful tragedy. I told myself there was some way I could have stopped it from happening, even though it was something I had no control over. My mental health declined majorly. I tried my best to act okay so people wouldn't worry, but many days I just couldn't. I skipped school so many days weekly because I couldn't mentally go. I was in so much darkness, I couldn't find any light. I tried my best asking for help, but I was too scared. I thought about you every single day, Darrell. I thought, how could any man do this to any other human being? I'm sorry to all those who lost people they'll never get to see again. It angered me every day. It hurt to think about. This day will always and forever have a place in my mind. The days after we waited to find out info about my friends. Some of them had horrible brain injuries and other horrible physical injuries. At one moment, I was told my friend Julia would maybe not make it. It broke me hearing that. Knowing I cared about all these people so much, it hurt me to know they were in a situation like this. As I continued to try to heal, I realized it takes a long time to heal physically and mentally. I didn't think my mental health would ever get better. I thought this up until I surrendered my life to Jesus. I leaned on him for help. A verse that stuck with me is Philippians 4:13. I can do all things through him who gives me strength. This verse reminded me that I can get through this and will get through this with the help of God. I knew if I could that my friends could as well. As I wrote this here, I finally realized this all truly happened to me. I guess I never really allowed myself to believe it because I never wanted to. But we must all face things in our lives. As I watched the trial go on, you always had your Bible, but you never repented, you never asked for forgiveness for ruining people's lives. John 16:13 states, when the Spirit of truth comes, he will guide you into all the truth, for he will not speak on his own authority, but whatever he hears he will speak. He will declare the things unto you that are to come. And as you sat there with your Bible, all you had to do was declare what was true, to confess what you had done, when you knew you had done it and you knew it was wrong. But you sat there, you rolled your eyes, not caring that you killed innocent people. So I'm so horribly sorry to all people who had lost things that day. Loss of friends and family members, loss of being able to be the same person ever again. I'm sorry to all who struggle with health problems for the rest of their lives. I know that I had lost a piece of myself that day, and I'm still trying to find it. This day was supposed to be a happy day filled with smiles and laughter, but it had got turned into a tragedy. This day will never be the same for any of us. Dear Judge Darrell, my name is Yuretsi Becerra Montes. On November 21st, 2021, my life and my family's life changed forever. The day that was supposed to be a day of joy that became a nightmare to me, my family, and our community. On that day, my parents and my siblings witnessed the red SUV that drove into my dance team. My mom ran without thinking she could be hurt too. She remembers the red SUV that almost hit her while running into the road because he was coming her way, but he swerved. They couldn't find me right away because I was under a car that was playing the music for us. I flew 15 to 20 feet from where I was dancing. I was lucky that I wasn't injured like my friends because my head bumped into a truck that was playing the music for us, and I fell on the street and hit the back of my head on someone's leg, but I didn't suffer from a major injury. My family calls me a miracle because things would have been worse, and maybe things would look different if my injuries were more severe. I spent a couple of nights in the hospital, but the worst part was that I woke up and asked my dad what I was doing in the hospital because I was dancing and I thought my nightmare was over. It was a traumatic experience that traumatized all of us. While I was in the hospital, I was remembering what really happened. I was dancing that day and I had a smile on my face. And I heard what I thought were fireworks. It were gunshots. But at the moment, I knew that nothing happened in Waukesha and that I'm safe. And so I kept dancing. I was hurt that day. I was struck by the red SUV. I felt like I was going to die. I woke up on the ground to my family surrounding me, thinking it was all a dream, not knowing what was going on. My body was hurting and I couldn't move. I saw the looks on their faces. My mom was crying and so was the rest of my family. My mom kept telling me the paramedics to go help other people that were unconscious. My daughter is awake and is talking to us. Please go help others. And my mom was a hero. She helped a little girl that was hurt in the middle of the road that was being stepped on. She carried her and put her on the side of the street and asked people to help her because she was still looking for me. I remember someone holding my hand in my head, telling me it was going to be okay. Then I heard someone yell, "Active shooter." Scared and shocked at the disbelief of what was going on, my dad had to carry me to a bakery for our safety. All I could hear were ambulance sirens and screaming. I couldn't understand what was happening because there was so much going on. I wasn't sure if it was real life or a dream. But at the moment, I was really hoping it was a dream because I didn't want it to be real. I had to witness everything around me and my friends on the ground unconscious, not knowing what would happen to them and if they would even wake up. Since that day, I've been traumatized with sirens, screaming, fireworks, being in big crowds, and hearing the song I danced to when the tragedy hit. After that day, it was a very hard topic to talk about, as well as now. To this day, I still struggle with pain and nightmares and PTSD. I don't know when my body is going to feel normal again. All of this made me sad, angry, and anxious because I cannot understand why someone could do this to our community. All of Waukesha has experienced this tragedy even if they weren't there to see it. As in losing loved ones, having to go through an injury, or families that were injured as well. People who watched it happen and see their loved ones get hurt, or even just seeing this tragedy on the news. This affected our community of Waukesha to the point that some people weren't and still aren't ready to go back downtown or even participate in a parade again. I'll always struggle from that day, and it haunts me and so many others to think that a tradition for over 50 years has become a remembrance of the people who died and the injuries that occurred that day. I forgive him after everything he's done, even though he never apologized for his actions, because I'm thankful justice has been served and that he won't do damage to anyone again. I thank you, Your Honor, and everyone in the jury for making justice for all of us and our community. I ask you, Your Honor, that he won't ever see the light of day again. I thank you for everyone who supported us through difficult times. Thank you.
I would like to first address the picture that we'll be putting up on the easel. In that picture, it is my sister, Jesselyn Torres, victim HH, in the ICU. It is what a lot of other victims have looked like, from tubes keeping them alive to machines being watched over every minute of the day to see if they're doing okay. November 21st was like any other Christmas parade. My sister was dancing, my mom was pulling my baby sister in a wagon, and my brother and I were walking with them throwing candy. Everything was so normal in the beginning. Everyone was lined up in their orders, and people were taking pictures, laughing, talking, dancing. The mood was very joyful, and then all of a sudden it wasn't. The images and events from that day still weigh heavily on my mind. Vivian Urel was the little girl I stayed with for a little bit after the tragic event. I still can feel the blood on my hands after I wiped it off her dripping head with my cold fingers. I told her that I was there for her so that she knows that somebody was with her, as I listened to her whimpering cry that stays in my mind. I cried when I found my baby sister without my mother. She was confused about what just happened, so I held her in my arms, squeezing her as tight as I could. I remember finding my mother and sister, the visions of my mother's face in a panic, trying to puzzle everything together. She had her hands over my sister's body, along with others. Holding my sister's head, I screamed when I saw the sight of my sister. Her face looked destroyed, with her body half naked from her clothes getting ripped off. I still remember my other family members' faces and screams when they saw my sister lying there. I broke down and fell to my knees. I felt broken when my grandmother started breaking down and screaming. The moment when they lifted my sister's unconscious body with a blanket into the back of a sheriff's car made me suddenly not breathe. It felt like there was no more air left in the world. It felt like I was being stabbed in the heart when I read my mother's messages about all the injuries my sister had. It was one text after another. I couldn't believe it was all real. From the trauma, I couldn't go back home because I knew my mom or sister wasn't going to be there. So I went to my friends, and my friend held me that night as my body shook.
The pain of not being able to see my mother and hearing the cries of my 2-year-old sister constantly saying that she wants her mom broke my heart into little pieces. The whole time my sister was in the hospital, it was a blur, a tunnel vision every day, hour, minute, and second. We were lucky to have a Thanksgiving miracle to be able to see my mother for this first time after the incident. It relieved some of my pain and anxiety, and it felt nice to have so much weight removed off my chest when I hugged my mother, even with it being a short visit at Children's Hospital. My family had so much support from friends, other family in the community. Even though we had so much support, I felt like I was alone. I should have been getting the support from my own mother, but she couldn't leave my sister's side at the hospital. I felt forgotten. I was trying to give my other siblings support when I thought when I thought like I didn't have anyone to support me. I felt selfish even though I shouldn't have. Crying in class every day, I didn't want to be anywhere but home, wishing that my mom and sister were with me. Not being able to physically move from the hurt that I felt drained. My mental health was declining so much. I lost interest in the people and things I love so dearly. I was miserable. Finally, 2 weeks later, getting the call that my sister was awake felt like my heartbeat got back to normal again. I showed everyone pictures with pure joy on my face that my sister was awake. 2 days before Christmas, they came back home. Everything was going okay until one night my sister felt like she suddenly couldn't breathe. My mother rushed her back up to the hospital. They found out later she had built up scar tissue in her trachea from being on the ventilator for so long and getting so immune to the drugs that she was on. She would wake up and move around in a panic. My sister has had around 15 surgeries on her trachea since. One day my mom was looking on the scab on the back of my sister's head. And when I saw everything from the parade came back to my mind, the images of that day happening over and over and over again, it brought back all the pain and anxiety. I laid in bed alone, crying because I couldn't sleep. I was back to the beginning where I would cry all night. The images were so vivid in my mind. My mom called me upstairs and held me in her arms. The next day, my uncle explained what PTSD was like. As the air gets thicker, my chest feels like it's getting smaller. I realized that this is just the beginning of a long and terrible road. I easily jump at little things. I have panic attacks every time I cross the street. I hate fireworks for the reason that they make me cry. Still to this day, the sound of tires screeching sends me into a panic as I look for my siblings. The pictures come racing back to my mind, tears come racing down my face, and as I see is everyone is okay except for me. The pain is still sitting with me. The visions are always there to jump back at different times. It's been hard to be the oldest sibling, having to feel like I need to manage the house and deal with my own mental strain while my mother is constantly gone dealing with my sister's medical care. That one incident turned my life upside down, and life hasn't been the same since. Most importantly, I just want to thank everyone who was there for my family and supported us unconditionally at the time my family was needed most. And for you, Darrell Brooks, I hope you know I've never had so much hate for someone until I met you. Everyone saying that they wish Wisconsin had the death penalty for you. I simply disagree because you do not deserve a simple death. Those 6 people who passed did not have a simple death. I hope you sit and suffer every minute of your day. Thank you.
I'm Jessalyn Torres, victim HH, and life after November 21st, 2021 will never be the same. I was dancing with the Waukesha Extreme Dance Team, a team I loved and committed countless hours to. 2 weeks after the parade, I woke up in the hospital, confused, uncomfortable, and in pain. I remember doctors telling my mom that I needed to have a major surgery to fix my pelvis that was broken in 3 places, so I'd be able to walk again and dance again. I was nervous, scared, and I just wanted to be with my family again. After my surgery, my doctor told me that I had to be in a wheelchair until my pelvis was healed. When I got in my wheelchair, I felt stuck, trapped in a place that I just wanted to get out of. When I got to see my sisters and brother for the first time ever since the parade, I could just see the weight lifted off their shoulders when they saw me. I was not okay, but I was there. When I finally got home, after a month of being in the hospital, it was nonstop appointments and physical therapy. 2 days after I got discharged from the hospital, I had to go back for an emergency surgery because I couldn't breathe. We found out that being on the ventilator caused scar tissue to build around my trachea. I've had over 15 surgeries on my trachea since then. My mom had to help me with all my personal care and other needs, including showering, getting dressed, using the bathroom, doing my hair, and making my food until I learned how to get around easier. I had to go to physical therapy to learn how to walk again. When I started using a walker, I felt embarrassed and that people were just staring at me. I remember wanting to dance again, being with my team again, but knowing that I couldn't physically dance. I had to reteach my body to move how it used to move. Learning how to dance all over again. My balance was off, making dancing impossible at first. But the mental pain was worse, as I couldn't watch my teammates dance without me. I missed over half of the school year. When I got back to school, I felt uncomfortable being in a wheelchair. I felt like people were just looking and wondering. I missed out on my last year and days at elementary school, time and memories that I will never get back. This past summer, I had to go in for my second major surgery. The surgery was on my trachea, called a trachea resection. The doctors decided to do the surgery because I still couldn't breathe after all my procedures. My throat wouldn't stay open, and it closed up to 80%. I was basically breathing through the size of a drinking straw. Now I have a scar across my neck that stands out and won't ever go away, and a scar where I had surgery to fix my pelvis, and multiple other scars from the horrific things that happened that night. My scars make me insecure of my body, and that I can't wear regular swimsuits because I can feel people's eyes on me. When I wear shorts, I have lumps sticking out, and my scars will be there forever. So I will every day be reminded of what happened to me. Beyond my original month in the hospital, I missed out on my entire summer because I was recovering from surgeries. When I went home, I wasn't able to do normal 11-year-old things. I wasn't able to swim, jump, go on rides at fairs. All I could do was watch people have fun during their summer, watch people play during their summer. While I continued to watch, I had to act like it didn't bother me because I didn't want to ruin summer for everyone else. Now I am 12 years old in 6th grade. I'm happy that I'm at a new school with new people. Now people won't treat me differently because they don't know my medical past. Now that I'm in 6th grade, I have to ride the bus. I hate going to the bus stop because it scares me whenever cars drive by me or make noises. I'm also dancing again. I do 2 3-hour practices each week. And this past weekend, I had my first dance competition, which was a big deal to me because this was my first competition in a year now. I still have appointments and procedures on my trachea to see how everything is healing. I also got cleared from physical therapy. I've gotten really far this year. It is getting closer and closer to November 21st, and I don't think I'm ready for this day to come. On this day each year, I and many others will think how a peaceful event that has been a tradition in Waukesha for over 50 years and brought smiles and laughter to everyone turned into tragedy. I want to say thank you to my coach Alyssa for proving to me that I can do anything I put my mind to. Thank you to Ms. Hanson for helping me write my statement when I didn't know how to put everything into words. Thank you to all the doctors and nurses who took care of me in the hospital. And most important, thank you to my mom who was by my side for the whole tragic journey. Thank you for listening.
Hi, I'm Amber, mother of Jocelyn Torres. I've been very open all this time about the injuries my daughter has obtained the night of November 21st, 2021. I even created daily logs so people could stay informed on her condition. But I've never truly talked about my feelings and how that day has affected my family. So this will be a very hard one for me. Quick picture one. The event started off joyous, and I had 4 of my children with me that evening, all of which still suffer in some form to this day. The screams, the sounds of the people being hit, watching as their bodies flew, the visions of their bodies lying everywhere, and me yelling, searching for Jocelyn, still replays over and over in my head. I found my daughter lying in front of the music truck, nowhere near the rest of her teammates, in the middle of the 5 points with her clothes ripped from her body. Road rash everywhere, blood leaking out of the corner of her mouth and half of her face missing. Picture 2. My poor child was ripped out of her shoes, drug under the front end, and thrown out from that vehicle. There was no ambulance, no medical equipment, nothing to help me and my child. I have never felt this helpless in my life. All I could do was hold my child and tell her Mommy was here and that she will be okay. Picture 3. A deputy and an officer came to help get my daughter on top of the blankets that were covering her naked body and drove us to the hospital in the back of an SUV. I am grateful for the actions they took that day, along with all the others who ran out into the street to help my daughter. When we got to Children's Hospital, I sat there in a chair numb as I watched multiple doctors, nurses, and medical staff rush in and out of the room examining my child's lifeless body. My mental state was confused. I lost who I was, and I felt like I was sitting in the middle of some crazy movie scene where there was so much commotion around you, but you hear none of it. I stayed numb from then on. It was my coping mechanism. There was no way to prepare myself for the news I was about to hear from the medical staff. Her injuries included a fractured skull, a hematoma behind her eye, 8 broken ribs, which was 4 on each side, bilateral lung contusions, 3 fractured lumbar vertebrae. Her bowel was damaged. Her kidney was ripped from its blood supply and was dying. She now only has 1 kidney left. Her liver was lacerated. Her pelvis broken in 3 areas, going from front to back and down the middle in the shape of a T, and in 2 areas on the back side. Her spine has a permanent curve in it. Severe road rash all over her body. Pictures 4 or 5. Go to 5, please. That's her backside from being drugged. Go to the next one, please. That's the other side of her backside from being drugged. Next one, please. That's her leg. A whole chunk of meat was missing from her leg. You can take those down, please. She was given multiple bags of blood and platelets as we were transferred to the 4th floor ICU for critical care. It was there that the doctor sat me down and explained how she needed to be intubated because of the extensive damage to her lungs and body. The hardest moment of my life was making the phone call to my children. The hardest moment of my life was making the phone call to my other children so they could tell their sister how much they loved her, because I had no idea what was to come next. They were so confused and scared, and I could hear the hurt and pain in their voices. And I had no explanation to give them other than just tell your sister how much you love her. I couldn't be there to hold them while they cried in a time that they needed me the most. I still hold so much guilt because I couldn't be there with them, since I had to be with their sister whose life was uncertain at the time. They were also mentally and emotionally traumatized. There were so many times I just wanted to hold Jesselyn or lay in the bed next to her, but I couldn't, since there were tubes coming from every direction and her hands were tied down to the bed. The most I could do was hold her hand, stroke her head, and whisper in her ear, "I love you, and Mommy is here." I believe it was day 2 when we spent 3 to 4 hours just to thoroughly clean out all of the road rash, and it took multiple attempts to get as much as the leaves, sticks, and rocks out of her hair. There were so many sleepless nights. Every day there were new issues, high fevers, allergic reactions, sepsis, and monitors that were blaring and alarming because her stats were up and down constantly. I felt like I just could not catch a break. She was not easy to keep sedated, and there were so many wrestling matches to keep her as still as possible. It was all so exhausting, but yet I had to hold it all together. I had to be the rock. I hated watching the machine they used to help clear out her lungs. It was similar to a nebulizer, but had a force so strong, and it was so loud. It would pump the meds in and jostle her whole body. Just hearing how loud the machine was and watching her body being uncontrollably shaken was overwhelming, but it had to be done to clear all the fluid and mucus buildup from all the damage that you caused to her lungs. The time we were trying to wean her off the ventilator, I sat and watched the machine, hoping this girl would start to breathe on her own and not rely on the machine to do it for her. It took days and many trials. I would get my hopes up, and then they would be let down. I would talk to her. "Come on, Jessa, you have to breathe above the machine. You can do it, and I believe in you." Until finally I realized she wasn't ready. I just let her know it was okay, and I'm here by your side, and when you are ready, I will still be here right next to you by your side. I had so many mixed emotions the day Jesselyn was extubated. I couldn't wait to hear her voice again, to hug her, and to tell her how much I missed her. It felt like my girl was being reborn again. But I was not expecting the new hardships to come. She has had a total of 18 surgeries. Her first major surgery was to fix her pelvis. 12 hours my child was gone away from me that day. She now has a metal plate with 11 screws holding her pelvis together for the rest of her life. Picture 8, please. It took months for her to start to walk again. I never imagined that at 11 years old, we would be celebrating the first time she sat up or stood, and of all things, take out a tube feeding. You can go to picture 9. How does that look for sitting up? Does she look happy? I don't think so. Weaning off the narcotics and dealing with the hallucinations she had was terrible. She was so mean at times, and it hurt more than you could imagine on the inside, but I knew that that wasn't my child. Deep down, I was so angry, frustrated, and wanted to scream. So I'd just step out of the room and cry a little, take a deep breath, and walk back into that room stronger than I was before. You can take that down. Discharge day was so exciting and scary. I could finally see my 2-year-old, my other children, and be comfortable in my home. But managing all of Jesselyn's medical appointments, medications, daily shots, and personal needs on top of caring for 4 other children was difficult. Her dignity was taken away as I had to do everything for her for personal cares. And what 11-year-old wants her mom to wash their bottom? She would get frustrated trying to use both the wheelchair and a walker, and half the time she would forcefully shake that walker around and toss it off to the side. And having to load and unload her wheelchair, walker, and medical equipment took about 30 minutes in the freezing cold. The first day I had to take Jessa and my 2-year-old out was rough. When backing out of the driveway, I ran over her walker and broke it. I laugh now, but yep, I forgot to put it in the car. I sat there in disbelief, laughing and crying all at the same time. I was a mental wreck. We ended up back at Children's Hospital a couple of days after discharge when Jesselyn was struggling to breathe. Found out she was suffering from tracheal stenosis from the initial prolonged intubation. Can you do picture 10? That was the hole she was trying to breathe through. About the size of a straw, a little bit smaller. 80% of her trachea was closed off. You can go to picture 11. That's the size they had to pop it open to, just so that way she could actually breathe. You can turn that off, please. I slept on my couch for months because her breathing was so bad that I was scared she would stop breathing in her sleep. 15 surgeries on her trachea before we made the decision to do a tracheal resection. I hated the thought of doing this major surgery, the thought of possibly opening her chest to lift the chest muscles to give more stretch to the trachea, or the possibility of injuring her vocal cords, along with all the other risks. They were also very overwhelming. We only get one breathing tube, and if this major surgery wasn't successful, then she would end up with a hole and a tube in her neck for the rest of her life to breathe from. Justin and I both cried together after that doctor left the room. How do you mentally prepare yourself or even your child for this type of news? Telling her that she would be asleep and intubated for another 2 weeks and in the ICU, and then eventually go home once we did the whole removing the tube, feeding, sitting, standing, walking, and everything all over again. We were all going back to square one. She was so calm that day when she left the room for her surgery, but I knew she was freaking out on the inside. She held herself together so well. And I remember her looking at me saying, "Mom, why are you crying?" as I let the silent tears roll down my face. That surgery took 6.5 hours. I stared out windows and paced for hours, hoping for the best outcome. On day 2 after that surgery, a lobe of her lung collapsed. She was running fevers and she was retaining too much fluid. We continued for days with her vitals going sky high, then dangerously low, fevers up to 104, and she became septic all over again. It was day 4 through the night when everything became beyond scary. Her body swelled in a matter of hours, and scans came back showing that she had pneumatosis intestinalis and necrotizing enterocolitis. And she was almost rushed down for an emergency bowel resection, as this had become life-threatening extremely fast. There was no real understanding as to why this was happening, other than that her intestines were not fully healed from the parade incident. Her body was shutting down. 9 days she spent on the ventilator, a total of 12 in the ICU and more on the main floor. It was another full 2-week stay at Children's Hospital, 2 weeks of mental and emotional upset, and 2 weeks away from my other children. And if you are sitting here thinking that being taken off the ventilator is all pretty rainbows and butterflies, you're wrong. It's nothing like what you see on TV. Go ahead. Yep.
Hi. That is trauma. I can't.
I know that is traumatizing, isn't it? It is traumatizing. It's okay though. You're doing great, right? Yeah. Get you some oxygen.
I can't.
You can't. No, you just breathe. No.
Just breathe.
She struggled to breathe and cough up all that mucus for hours. Hours. Her mental state was off as she thrashed around and freaked out as the nurses were adjusting her bed, screaming, "Mom, help, help me, Mom, they're going to shock me back to life." She thought that she was dying and that they were going to kill her. I knew that she had some worries before that surgery, but to this extent was beyond belief. We had to give her meds to calm her, as her thrashing around was our biggest fear, as that could tear her trachea all over again. Even on all those drugs, isn't it funny how she can still express how traumatizing this has all been? The summer went on with more appointments, physical therapy, surgeries, activity restrictions, weaning off of narcotics that made her so mean to the point that I had to step away and do that silent cry again. We tried to find a little happiness in every event that we could. It was hard for her to watch her teammates who were all back dancing. She cried because she wanted to go watch the state competition, but couldn't since she had to be in another surgery. We felt left out and alone as we were still dealing with major medical issues months later. When out in the public, people would gawk, make hand gestures, and make comments about the scars across her neck, number 13, along with the marks and lumps on her body. Kids are cruel and have made some really harsh comments, to the point I have felt a surge of uncontrollable anger. She was tired that day. At fairs and festivals, Jesselyn wasn't able to ride rides because of the possibility of tearing her trachea. You can take it down. She was so sad and angry, more angry than sad. Her friends and family were having a blast while she was standing watching. My heart hurt for her. I had to talk her through the anger over and over and over and teach her how to find happiness in everything we do, no matter how big or how small. But she was right. It wasn't fair. She shouldn't have had to suffer. Not one person should have had to. My heart was broken the day she purposely stood out in the sun because she wanted the scars off of her face. You can post it. My heart was broken the day she purposely stand out in the sun because she wanted the scars off of her face and wanted her beautiful brown skin back. I guess it made sense to her that tanning would help. While riding in the car, she will freak out when there is a squirrel in the road. A squirrel. Okay, a squirrel. She gasps, yells, and throws her arms out and hits me. While I'm calming her, I sit there and envision how I'm sure that that's the exact reaction she had right before she took your SUV to her chest. This is all just a small fraction of what we've all been through and what I've had to push through in the last year. You can take it down. Jesselyn still has ongoing medical care, more surgeries, more appointments, memory loss, pain in her hip, and permanent curve in her spine. I hate the comments she makes about whenever she feels her hardware in her hip. But my girl is a warrior. She is back dancing. She may not be at the skill level she used to be, but she has not given up. As a parent, I have held so much guilt for not protecting my child that day. I have sat there by my child when she was at her worst. I was there for every little step of progress, and I was there for every setback. I have cried. I have been angry. I have had to deal with fear, mental trauma, PTSD, exhaustion, frustration, defeat, loneliness, and anxiety attacks. There are days when I feel that SUV hitting my chest and can't breathe as if I am my daughter. I could feel her pain, and it was excruciating. There have been times where I felt justice wouldn't be served until he had to take that SUV to his chest, drugged, thrown, and left with his bare body in the middle of the street, exactly the same way he treated my child. This man has brought out such an ugly side of me I never knew existed. It's not your life on the line, Mr. Brooks, and it never has been. It was my child's life on the line that night, along with many others. And as much as you were hoping to get some sympathy, I have none to give. I'm glad I don't have to hear those words come from your mouth anymore. I guess you should have thought about all those children of yours that you don't get to hold before you decide to turn that corner and step on that gas pedal. And I hope the look on my daughter's face before you ran her over haunts you for the rest of your life. Your immature behavior of rolling your eyes and twirling your fingers doesn't bother me. I have fought through one of my biggest fears this past year, and I won. I am much stronger than you. I have found my peace. This man may have been able to turn my life upside down and almost take my daughter from me, take time away from my other children, create such heartache, pain, and mental turmoil, but the one thing he was not successful at was taking my strength, Jesselyn's strength, along with the strength I have instilled in all my other children. He doesn't get the satisfaction of thinking we have become weak. My family has grown stronger, have become closer, and now have a better appreciation for the time we have together. He did not, cannot, and will not break me. Thank you.
Thank you.
The day November 21st came around, I was excited to dance with all my best friends. Little did I know that was the worst day of my life. That day changed my life forever. My family and my friends thought that was the last day they would have with me. I can't even imagine what everyone was going through while I was unstable, in a coma, with a brain injury that later led to me having to get part of my skull taken out and put back in 2 months after. This major change in my life was all from the car that had struck me and many others on November 21st, 2021. I became worried and stressed because people treated me differently, and I saw myself as no longer strong, but weak. I didn't like that I could have a seizure. I lost my hair, and it made me feel bad about myself. This made a huge impact on my life. It changed the way my friends and family all see me now. I hated myself, and I hated what I had to go through. It was hell. I just want all the awful days in the hospital, trauma, all procedures to be put behind me so I can continue to live my life like all the days before the worst. November 21st, 2021. However, since I am a victim of the Christmas parade, this will always stay with me. Thank you.
Good afternoon. As I stand here before you today, I realize that you don't know who I am. I have been here almost every single day since this trial started. I realize that what I am about to share will not change what happened that day, but I hope it will give me some sort of peace and help me continue to heal. The Waukesha Christmas Parade was an event that both of my daughters have been involved in for many years with their dance team. This year, on the day of the parade, it was very cold and windy, so instead of walking alongside the dancers, I decided to take on a new role. I volunteered to sit in the bed of the pickup truck that was leading our dance team. I was filling all the parent volunteer buckets with candy. I had the best view of my daughter the entire time. She was in the front row, dancing her heart out and doing what she loved most. In one split second, all of that happiness ended. Through the parade route at an incredibly high speed, I saw your pickup truck approaching the girls. At that moment, no level of screaming could be heard because of the music playing in the background. The dancers did not see you coming, but I did. It was horrifying. These girls that I have become so close with, flying through the air, losing their shoes, their hats, and their gloves. A sight I will never be able to forget. This is a vision that will haunt me for the rest of my life. I jumped out of the pickup truck so fast, not knowing where my daughter's body had landed. Once I was able to locate her body, I took one look at her and I thought she was dead. She was not moving. She had blood coming from her head, her ears, her nose, her arms and legs. She was not awake or responding. I was unable to keep my composure. With my shaking hands and through my tears, I somehow managed to call my husband. He had stayed home with our youngest daughter, who was homesick. If she had not been ill that day, she would have been dancing alongside her sister. I tried to explain to my husband what had happened, but honestly, I don't remember much after that. Meanwhile, a man, who I believe was a spectator at the parade, came to my aid as I was trying to explain to my husband over the phone what had happened. This good Samaritan also had to keep me away from my daughter, who was lying lifelessly on the ground. As her mother, all I wanted to do was pick her up and hold her. However, I was unable to because she needed medical attention. All of the injured girls from our team were being triaged right there in the middle of the street. I remember screaming out loud, asking what was taking so long for an ambulance to arrive. In hindsight, I realized it was only minutes, but during that moment, it felt like eternity. Everything just seemed to be moving in slow motion. Samantha was taken to Waukesha Memorial in the first ambulance that was able to get to us. She was later transferred to Children's Hospital because doctors realized that was the best place for her to be at the time. And due to the overwhelming amount of injuries from your reckless and thoughtless behavior, Waukesha Memorial needed more space for other hurt individuals. The other people that you carelessly hit. Thankfully, I was able to ride in the ambulance both times with my daughter, hoping and praying she would survive. Once at Children's Hospital, Samantha was taken for a second set of scans to evaluate what needed to be done. We quickly learned that she needed immediate surgery, where they would do a craniotomy to relieve the pressure from her brain swelling. When she came back from her emergency surgery, I lost it. She was intubated in a medically induced coma, and her head was wrapped in gauze. I just wanted to talk to her to talk to me so badly. I wanted to hear her voice and know that she was okay. At that moment, I would have done anything to switch places with her and take her pain away. Mr. Brooks, how could you possibly do this to someone? I need you to listen to me as I list her injuries. Acute respiratory failure, bradycardia, a skull fracture, multiple skull fractures, 5 fractures in different areas of her face, including the mastoid bone behind her ear, the bones that hold her eye into place, a fractured cheekbone, a brain bleed, an intracranial hemorrhage. Did you hear? The doctors told us that they did not know what the outcome of her injuries would be. They would not give us any false hope. They told us they did not know if she would survive. My husband and I did not know what the rest of her life would look like. If she survived, would she be able to walk? Would she be able to talk? We had no idea what the future would hold for Samantha. Our daughter was in a coma for 2 weeks in the critical intensive care unit at Children's Hospital. They needed to make sure that her brain was healing properly. Those were the hardest 2 weeks of my life. My husband and I lived at Children's Hospital, never leaving her side. We spent every hour of every day watching her body temperatures, her brain pressures, and the clock. We spent Thanksgiving at Children's Hospital, trying to find as much time to spend with our youngest daughter, who was not allowed to see her sister because of COVID restrictions. Weeks later, once medical personnel believed it was safe, she was slowly taken off her sedation meds. That was when her battle took a turn. Samantha is a fighter, and she was not about to let you destroy her life. Samantha had to learn how to swallow food. We spent weeks learning how to talk and walk again. Because of you, Samantha suffered a traumatic brain injury. She was unable to live a 14-year-old teenager's life. We struggle not knowing if or when she will have another seizure. Because of you, my daughter had her most beautiful hair shaved off. After spending 22 days in Children's Hospital, she was finally discharged. Finally being home with both my children was far better than Christmas morning. Even though it's almost been a year since this tragedy, it's still so painful to see her struggling with some everyday life experiences. I consider Samantha a gift. Based on the injuries she sustained from being hit by her vehicle, she should have died that day. But she didn't. And for that, I am so grateful. My heart goes out to those families who were not as fortunate. Since the first day you appeared in this courtroom, you have done nothing but make a mockery of this trial. I sat here every day listening to you act like this was just a game and showing no remorse for what you did. I have no forgiveness in my heart for you. You said as a father it hurt because you could not hold your babies, but yet you run over my child like she didn't mean anything. What kind of father does that? Because of you, our lives have been changed forever. Whatever pain you may encounter in prison will only be a fraction of what Samantha endured after this tragedy. Judge, we ask that you give Mr. Brooks the maximum sentence for each count without the chance of parole. Thank you.
Thank you for being here.
And that was victim Z and her mother. Just spoke.
I'm just going to check. We may have one more.
She said they may have one more. I'm not sure if it's going to be on this group or in total. So, but man, these have been intense. And then to watch this guy, you know, just so defiant, so unrepentant, just unremorseful, while these parents are having to give accounts of their children having their, you know, skin ripped off their bodies and organs detaching. It's terrible.
I left my pictures in the hallway. Can you grab my pictures? I'm sorry. Yeah, one at a time. There's just two. Okay, sorry. I'm nervous. I forgot that I'm in the hallway. This is our daughter, Olivia. She is the baby of our family. That photo was taken on November 21st, 2021. At that time, she was an innocent 8-year-old who was excited to get to perform in the parade with her best friend and her teammates. And it was something she looked forward to every year. My mother-in-law and myself and I also join her every year and hand out candy. And it's something that's become, I guess, a tradition that was taken away from us by Darrell Brooks because of his selfless, just ability to have. Please don't do that. It's so disrespectful. I've watched all day on TV and I've watched you mock all of the victims all day. You roll your eyes and you make faces. If this was your 8-year-old daughter that someone else hit, you would have been beside yourself if someone made those faces. And you want people to have forgiveness for you and your child? You're insane. I hope that the judge puts the most amount of years on your sentence, and I hope that you live in hell for the rest of your life for what you have done to all of these victims. Do you realize after you hit me and my mother-in-law, I spent 5 minutes walking around looking for my daughter on the ground. I was looking for her through little girls that were keeled up in little fetal positions because you had ran them over. You hit them with 3,300 pounds and you don't care. Right before you hit me, I turned around and I looked at you. I didn't see your car. I saw the look in your eye. You knew exactly what you were doing. You knew exactly what you wanted to do. And that was because you are a narcissistic piece of shit that thinks you can get away with everything. And you are not going to ever get away with anything ever again. You did what you wanted to do, which was instill fear and horror in all of these children that are involved. You're a child killer, a woman killer. I cannot wait until somebody inflicts that harm on you. I'm done. I'm sorry. I'm done. That's Olivia. And the next one is my daughter in the hospital room, where I sat next to her for 5 days, where she didn't move. My daughter, who was in the ICU for 5 days, and in children's for an additional 9 more in the critical care unit because of her brain injuries that you caused to her, that she still deals with daily. I was late because I couldn't leave her because she didn't want me to leave because of her separation anxiety that you caused. You should not be allowed to be a father to your children. I'm so glad that you are being kept from them. The shit you would teach them would make them as evil and miserable as a person that you are.
That was victim FF and her daughter, victim GG, or maybe I mixed up the designation, but that's FF. Anyone else want to make a statement? I believe that was GG, your daughter's FF. Okay, thank you.
I'll tell
I
you,
believe that concludes the statements, Your Honor.
so what did make me feel better was just watching some inmates responding to Darrell Brooks on some other platforms. And
Statements yet tonight?
Whatever the court wishes, Your Honor, I probably have about 15 minutes worth of comments, but.
How many?
About 15, I would say.
I'd like to have you conclude tonight. I just want to take just a short break before we do that. I think we all could use probably a short comfort break and a stretch break, and then we'll be back in about 5-10 minutes to hear your remarks.
so yeah, I was, someone made a comment about, excuse me, about how the inmates, and we had watched some videos earlier, if you guys remember this, how inmates have access to telephones, how they've been able to smuggle phones into the prison. So I did a little bit of a deep dive, and I actually found a couple of inmates that were talking about how much they're looking forward to running across Darrell Brooks in prison. It's wild how they're ready to eat him up too. But man, that's all we could hope for. And that's one of the things one of the other guys was saying, who probably just got out of prison, is he was like, this justice isn't going to happen today or tomorrow. There's not going to be court justice. It's not going to happen, but it will happen. Like we've been talking about in prison, in a cell block somewhere, in a cell somewhere, in a hallway somewhere between a medical call and in your isolation unit, whatever you happen to be in. It's almost like, I mean, really the entire flow that we're seeing right now, everything that I'm picking up is the next, and I'm almost kicking myself that I didn't do like a Darrell Brooks bingo card, or if we could have, done squares, you know what I mean? For what time it would take him to get kicked out of court in the day. But at this point, it's really down to it's a gamble as to how long he's going to make it in prison. You know what I mean? How long he's going to make it from the time they sentence tomorrow to when he, gets handled, you know? And it honestly, it feels like that's just the direction it's headed. Like, and here's the thing, even if you stay in isolation, solitary, all these things, protective custody, there's other people there, and you cross paths with people without, you can't avoid that. You can't avoid it. There inevitably will be a point where there'll be someone with better access to you than you have to the protection that's being provided for you. And there you go. And it's just a matter of time. So, I mean, I feel like while we've all wanted the death penalty, we'd love to see that. We'd love to know that he's just done and gone. The world is rid of Darrell Brooks. It's almost as if he's getting sentenced to death, but in a much worse way. Like, you know, severe throat trauma, you know, something along those lines, or any other kind of orifice trauma. But inevitably, I feel like he'll meet his end much sooner than the sentence is provided. So 6 life sentences might not be that long. You know what I mean? Yeah, you know, but we still have, so there's still about 15 minutes from the victims panel. Thereafter, I believe they're going to, and now Judge Darrell had originally said she wanted to have a day to just kind of like process and handle things before she rendered her judgment. Moving past that, I'm not sure if that's going to be a situation where she'll wait one more day, a third day, to give her sentence, or the sentencing, after she gets a chance to hear from Darrell Brooks's people as well. And so I'm looking at comments here, and someone says, to be honest, the victim impact statements look pointless on all sides. To be clear about this, the victim impact statements aren't meant to sway the judge. You know, they're the last thing the judge gets to hear in the process. So yeah, no matter what, the judge is not the sentence is not locked in yet. Okay, so that being said, sure, anything could sway the judge, from the day she's having to the things she hears on her way to work. But the victim impact statements are for the victims to have a chance to send off with Darrell Brooks to whatever hellhole he goes to, some of the hate and hurt and darkness and the vile, notions of him that are lingering on them. They can send that off, and hopefully shed that off and in some way get some closure and peace. So these victim impact statements are for the victims. I don't know if his posse is going to speak today, or if his mom and grandma and the baby mama and, his 8-year-old are going to step in there and say, please don't send my daddy to prison. It's just, he is cooked. You know what I mean? Much like his music career, Derek, yes, it is over for Darrell Brooks. The bun is out of the oven, So I think that a lot of people feel like the death penalty would have been too easy for him anyway, and I'm not sure how they would have gone about it in Wisconsin, be it lethal injection, whatever it is. I saw a machine that is a metal contraption that just pulls the head right off of the body. They say it's the most humane way to do it. And then I realized it wasn't a real thing. But at the moment, I thought, that seems crazy, but there it is. Yeah, Lisa, TikTok Lives is where if you guys are on TikTok, and I'm not going to encourage it, honestly, because you can get lost in TikTok for hours watching videos of ridiculous things, but you might come across the TikTok live or two from inside a prison. And there's a good chance you might see something about Darrell Brooks at this point. I mean, this is finally hitting the recognition. I mean, we've had well over 1,000 people on the stream most of the entire day. Well into 1,300 people live watching the stream, with 50, 60, 70,000 views on some of these other videos. So I think people are getting the word, they're seeing this, they're understanding. And so that being said, I think it's important that people all get a chance to hear this, but it's on with people that are inmates. This is a big deal because this is another soon to be inmate. This is someone from that community that's going to be inside. And so it's like getting to know your people before you meet your people, and that's going to be their people. And so their people may not like him being their people. And so people in prison have a way of handling their people. So, yeah, so it's wild to watch. Yeah, Michelle Loftus, some of the TikToks from prison live that are just wild because these guys are, recording themselves cooking and just being bold as can be, and doing all sorts of illicit things. But yeah, this little 5-minute break will be the last run, and then you know what I mean. So Nancy McDaniel says 8 months. I mean, it seems a little sadistic, but I'm curious to, well, maybe we'll do a poll. How long do you think he'll last? On the inside, if not before he is fully handled, before somebody handles him in some way. You know what I mean? And we'll see. Yeah, it's coming back on, Roberta, but we're watching this court TV. I know Law and Crime is a split second ahead of us, but this is where we're at. So it'll be on in just a moment. Okay. We're going to jump back in with here we go. Hopping back in here. Yeah, so there we go. Sorry, guys. Here we go.
Jumping with an offense date of November 8, 2021. He's pending on case number 21 CF 4596 with an offense date of November 2 of 2021. Charged there with resisting, obstructing, felony bail jumping, second-degree recklessly endangering safety, domestic battery, and domestic DC. That is the case where he is alleged to have struck Erica Patterson in the face with a closed fist after an argument, and then as she was walking away, intentionally ran her over with the same 2010 Ford Escape that he used in this attack. When the police went to his mother's home and found him there, he was in the Ford. As they approached, he got out and tried to run into the house. He ignored their commands to stop. He tried to flee and eventually was apprehended. He lied to them and said he was not driving the Ford SUV that day, even though there was evidence to the contrary. That case is pending in Milwaukee County. He was released on $1,000 cash bail in that case on November 19th of 2021. There's a third file pending, 20 CF 2550. The charges are 2 counts of second-degree reckless use of a weapon, felon in possession of a firearm. The date of violation is July 24, 2020. He was released on cash bail in that case in March of 21. In that case, the allegation is that he got into a fight with his nephew. And as his nephew was leaving the area, the defendant fired 1 shot from a handgun toward the vehicle that his nephew was in. The vehicle was occupied by 1 other person, and therefore he was charged with 2 counts. The next day, he was taken into custody, and a loaded Beretta 9mm handgun was located just a few feet away from him. That handgun had previously been reported stolen. I believe he has court on those files later this week in Milwaukee County, Your Honor. As far as convictions are concerned, there's a 2012 conviction from May 15th, 2012, resisting obstructing misdemeanor in Milwaukee County, sentenced to 37 days jail consecutive to any other sentence. 4/23 of 2012, there were 2 files disposed of in Milwaukee County. One of them charged misdemeanor bail jumping and possession of marijuana. He was sentenced to 180 days in the House of Correction on both counts concurrent. There was another file for felony possession of THC as a second or subsequent offense. He was also sentenced to 180 days in the House of Correction for that file.
I'm sorry, what was the conviction for?
Felony possession of THC as a second or subsequent offense.
Thank you.
On April 30, 2010, he was convicted in Wood County of strangulation/suffocation with other charges for battery and criminal damage to property dismissed and read in. There was a withheld sentence for 3 years probation. Ultimately, it was revoked in 2011, and he was sentenced to serve 11 months jail. 2009 conviction from Manitowoc County for misdemeanor obstructing, sentenced to 2 days jail, time served. 2005 conviction from Langlade County. Actually, it was a county ticket for disorderly conduct. He never paid the fine on that, so he ultimately served 30 days jail. 2003 conviction in Milwaukee County for resisting obstructing, 20 days in the House of Correction. 2002 conviction, Milwaukee County, felony possession of THC, second or subsequent offense, 50 days in the House of Correction. 2000, convicted of substantial battery, party to a crime, sentenced to prison, withheld, and 3 years probation imposed, along with 6 months of condition time. That probation was ultimately revoked and he was sentenced to prison. That's his record from the state of Wisconsin. He has a record from the state of Nevada. June of 2016, he was charged with a sex offender registry violation, failed to appear in court on that offense, and there is currently an outstanding warrant for his arrest active in the state of Nevada. 2007, he pled guilty to statutory sexual seduction as a felony. A suspended sentence was ordered for 36 months probation. That's what led to the sex offender registry requirement, which he is currently non-compliant with. In December of 2006, there were 2 files disposed of in Nevada. One was domestic battery as a misdemeanor. He received a suspended sentence. And the other, he was found guilty at trial of obstructing misdemeanor and sentenced to jail. In the state of Georgia, he has a conviction from May of 2021. I'm sorry, not a conviction, an arrest from May of 2021 for misdemeanor battery, domestic violence. The disposition of that case is unknown. And of course, there's paternity action that was pending here in Waukesha County that had been a warrant or capias had been issued for him on at least 8 occasions during the life of that file. That's a 2003 case. He was sentenced to jail on several occasions for failing to pay child support. He was once allowed Huber privileges on a jail sentence, but had those Huber privileges revoked in 2009. Most recently, there was a warrant issued in August of 2021. And Judge Maxwell signed an order to lift a stay of a 120-day jail sentence. That is the extent of his criminal history that we are aware of, Your Honor. I think it's very plain on its face. He's a lifelong criminal. He is someone who has repeatedly, continuously disobeyed law enforcement based on the resisting, obstructing type charges. There's multiple counts of bail jumping, disregarding court orders, disrespecting court orders. There's multiple acts of violence. There's weapons violations. This man has a history and a pattern of engaging in violent, dangerous behavior in the community. And it was no different on November 21 of 2021. I'm not going to spend a lot of time talking about the attack, and I choose to call it an attack instead of referring to it as the parade, as somebody mentioned. There's nothing wrong with the parade. The parade is good. The parade is the embodiment of a community. That's what you expect to see at a parade, is children at a parade, families, people from all over the area coming together for a joyful, happy event. The parade will continue. It will kick off again in a few short weeks. And I hope and pray there's joy and laughter and kids in the street collecting candy. That's what it should be. So I'm not going to refer to this case as the parade. I'm going to refer to it as what it was, an attack. And the facts are very clear, Your Honor. Very few of the victims who were struck had any idea this car was barreling down on them. It's an act of a coward, plain and simple. They had no way to know it was coming. And he mowed over them and ran them over without any ability to defend themselves. What is so offensive about this conduct, Your Honor, is obviously the violent nature of it, but even more so, the defendant's conduct and behavior in this court, his complete lack of regard for the decorum of the court, the respect of the court. And I don't mean you personally, of course you deserve that as well, but I mean for the sanctity of the court, the courtroom, the process that we as Americans respect and treasure and protect for well over 200 years. And he can't engage in the most civil behavior as being quiet when another person speaks. Many, many people came into this courtroom over the course of the trial and the proceedings. Every one of them was able to sit and obey the court's order. If you ask them to stand up, they'd stand up. If you ask them to sit down, they'd sit down. If you told them court's in session, be quiet, they all would. Everyone was able to do that except Darrell Brooks. I think he was able to do it. I just don't think he wanted to. I just think this is all part of his charade. This referring to himself in the third person, trying to distract him or detract himself, I should say, from the events, taking absolutely no responsibility. It's the act of a narcissistic coward. Those words have been used here today, and nothing could be further from the truth. He is a coward. He ran like a scared little chicken from this parade, trying to slither away in the dark of night, but only to stop long enough and try and take advantage of good citizens that would help him. He calls and lies to his mom, right? Get me an Uber. I can't get into it. He lies to the officers repeatedly. We saw the time of his arrest. We heard the testimony from Daniel Ryder, a good man with good intentions and a good heart, who took this murderer into his home and held him there long enough for the police to come and take him away without any knowledge whatsoever of what had gone on. He takes advantage of everyone. He's extremely manipulative. He absolutely thinks he's in control of everything, when in fact, as he sits here in custody, he's in control of nothing except for his own behavior.
Mr. Brooks, be quiet.
Except
I'm
for
not
his,
gonna sit here and be disrespected.
Mr. Brooks, be quiet.
I'm not gonna
You'll
sit
have
here
your
and be
opportunity.
disrespected.
These are sentencing arguments and they can make them.
So I could do the same thing?
Mr. Brooks, there's nothing disrespectful. They're doing it in
Yes,
a
it is.
respectful
Okay,
way.
call me out of my name again.
Go ahead, Attorney Opera.
Judge, these are the facts. You heard from so many of these parents. and so many of the people that were there, of that fight or flight, right, that kicked in. He ran. He fled. He tried to protect his own self. That's it. That's all he did. Everybody else sprang into action, whether that action was to immediately account for their behavior, for their family and get them out of there to safety, whether it was good Samaritans. And Judge, I really thought long and hard. I had a video clip that I was perhaps going to show to you. You've seen a lot of this during the trial, but I mean, it comes from the clip when I showed during my closing argument near the end of the parade route where the Catholic community had been struck and all the shoes laying in the road and things like that. That person that took that video walked down Main Street for quite some time and captured quite a few images. And it's really quite powerful, but I also thought it's really quite painful. But one of the things that was just so remarkable to us as we watched things like that was the average citizens that just sprung into action to save somebody else. There's a particular moment where there's a person on the ground fervently performing CPR on a victim in amongst a pool of blood without any regard for themselves whatsoever. I don't know who this person was. I don't think I'll ever know, but it's a prime example of the good that came out. So many people talked this afternoon about good versus evil, and I definitely believe that's what this case was about. Darrell Brooks is the epitome of evil. He is evil in
Another
person.
courtroom, please.
No, you may not.
The community is
May I have
good.
the order
The
of the court
people
so
are
I can,
good.
I think it'd be
The
best for me to
victims
just go
are
into the
good.
other
Mr.
courtroom.
Brooks, I'm talking.
I don't care about you talking.
I don't care what you care about.
I know you don't.
Sit down and be quiet.
Nah.
Everybody has told you that. Stop it.
See, you got it all wrong, Miss Opper.
Judge, the community has spoken. This jury returned a verdict in 2 hours. That's how open and shut this case was.
Well, actually, it was
Everybody saw it. Everybody but Darrell Brooks. This jury deserves to be commended for their conduct, their patience, their service.
Mr. Brooks,
I asked to go to the other courtroom.
I'm not
so we
sending you
wouldn't
there.
have- So we wouldn't have to go.
It's not, that is not a place you get to request to go to. It's when you disrupt the proceedings. She's almost done.
The proceedings. I'm trying to go to the other courtroom
No.
so she can finish saying the
I wanted-
BS she got to say.
I wanted to share something with you, Judge. This is something that came in on December 5th, 2021. An anonymous letter came. Well, it's not anonymous. It's signed, but it's from a person we don't know. From another state, from the state of Kansas. December 5 of 2021, this person took time out of her day to write a card it's addressed to the Waukesha community, and it was sent to our office. And she wrote, "We have been praying for the healing of your community. Please know that there are people who care deeply all over this nation." That's the kind of message Darrell Brooks needs to hear, because I know during the trial, there was a lot of cards, a lot of messages received in my office and in your office. Good, hardworking, decent people that respect the law, that respect human life, that respect their neighbors, that would take the time to comment and say, "Good job. We support you. We are with you." And you saw that strength behind me all day. Those young kids, children coming up. I mean, Your Honor, I'll say this. God is good. There's been a lot of talk about God. There's been a lot of talk about religion. Darrell Brooks brought the Bible into this courtroom. These children are remarkable for their strength, for their healing, their physical healing. We haven't met these kids before. We've never met them. We met them today for the first time. You would never know the serious injuries that they suffered as a result of Darrell Brooks by looking at them. Of course, there's much healing to be done. But isn't it remarkable that in a year's time, look how far we have come as a community. Look how far these families have come. These families, these victims that stood up and pointed to Darrell Brooks and said, "You will not beat me. You will not knock me down." That's what we need to move forward with as a community, Your Honor. His behavior is done. We're done with him. He has forfeited his right to be in this courtroom. He's forfeited his right to be in our community, period. There is not one thing that mitigates this sentence, not one. He deserves the absolute maximum sentence on all counts consecutive. Look, Judge, you saw the videos. This wasn't him plowing in to one large group of 50 people at one point in time and hitting them. It was linear. He hit one, kept going, hit two, kept going, hit three, kept going, all the way down the street. That's consecutive sentences, Your Honor. That's intentional, willful, volitional conduct that warrants consecutive sentences stacked one on top of the other, just as he stacked victims up as he drove down the road in complete disregard for any other person whatsoever. We kept the kids out of the courtroom in the trial, Judge, but boy, it's impactful to listen to them today and realize this isn't just, victim GG. This is a child that you willfully ran over with a 3,000-pound vehicle, as so many people so adeptly observed. Police officers, first responders, the medical professionals. It's kind of weird, Judge, because we're coming up on the anniversary, of course, and we're coming up on the weekend before Thanksgiving, which is a weekend that a lot of people pay attention to on the calendar because here in good old Wisconsin, it's deer hunting season. It's a lot of families going out, starting their Christmas activities, Christmas festivities, Christmas shopping, whatever it is. So it's kind of a weekend that comes around every year that on its own, it's not a holiday. It's not really a known day, but we all know that first weekend before Thanksgiving and what it brings. We all look forward to maybe a short work week, spending time with family, getting together. And here it comes. And it's the anniversary of this attack at the hands of Darrell Brooks. But we're going to have an ability to move on from that. We have the ability, we have the tools as a community, Your Honor, to do that. And that's definitely because of everyone that responded to this incident, the first responders, the police officers, the medical personnel that got paged in on a Sunday night when we're all hunkered down, Packers had played, it's cold, it's dark, and they all had to spring into action and respond. And there were law enforcement from all over southeastern Wisconsin, fire department, EMTs. No one paused, no one hesitated for a second. They just came and helped. And I think that's something that our families, our community can build on as well, Your Honor, to say evil is easily overcome here. Darrell Brooks deserved to be locked up for the rest of his life. He cannot be trusted ever, ever again. I ask you to consider, I'm not going to go into it, but we had filed the other act's evidence, some of the language in that other act's evidence, the intimidation of the victim. It played out repeatedly in this courtroom. He tried to intimidate you. He tried to intimidate me. He tried to intimidate the witnesses. He tries and tries and tries, but he fails. He's not the strongest person in the courtroom. He's the weakest person in the courtroom. Morally bankrupt. That's what he is. His character is void. I asked Attorney Basie, what's the word I can use for low character? And then we came up with the fact he really has no character. It's one of the factors the court needs to consider. Protection of the public, severity of the crime, they all weigh heavily in a stacked sentence, Your Honor, consecutive maximum across the board. Every one of these victims deserves that. I don't know how we look at any of these victims and say, well, he got concurrent time on your case because your pain and suffering wasn't quite as bad as the guy before you or the girl before you. They all deserve that sentence that speaks to their count.
The restitution, Your Honor, I filed the paperwork. We are seeking restitution in the dollar amounts from my letter that we reviewed this morning. I'm asking under 97320 sub 11 sub F that you enter an order that the Department of Corrections shall keep 50% of any wages Mr. Brooks may earn in prison and any monies that may be paid on his books or canteen account, and direct those monies to be paid directly towards restitution. He should not be able to work or receive canteen without paying down that restitution. I also included in my letter the request that should any monies ever be paid by contract to Mr. Brooks, that he should attempt to benefit financially from these crimes, that those monies would be placed into an escrow account maintained by the Department of Justice and paid towards the restitution. The restitution in this case is ridiculously low when you consider it. And that's, again, because of the generosity of good people all over the world that contributed to a community fund, and other individuals who generously donated to help these families pay for funerals and medical expenses and things like that. Can you imagine when you heard these mothers describing what their children have been through? Can you imagine the medical bills on these? And he's lucky he's getting off with a $200,000 bill for restitution, Your Honor. I think he should have to pay every last penny of it. I also wanted to wrap up again, Your Honor, by saying you didn't hear from all the victims. Certainly, there were some that just cannot bring themselves to this court in any fashion, in any way. And we ask you to keep them in mind as well, especially the Bill Hospital family. Bill was, walking in support of his wife's team and trying to be in a supportive role, as he had done on many other occasions, and lost his life for that simple action, that simple act of good that he participated in. There were some groups that are not represented here today, but I know you heard their story at trial, and you're aware of what some of them went through that maybe wasn't specifically addressed here today, but I just ask you to keep in mind that we certainly presented a wide array of victims to you, but not everyone. And then certainly, as I mentioned at the outset, the community as a whole absolutely demands justice for these victims, these families, and for the community itself. That Darrell Brooks has no redeeming value, Your Honor. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Mr. Brooks, as far as I can tell from the correspondence from your mom and from you, I believe there may be closer to 3 individuals plus yourself who wish to speak at sentencing. Since we lost an hour or so today,
3.
although we did go late, so arguably
Mom,
we gained
grandma,
it back.
baby mama.
I still was thinking about starting at noon just to make sure there's ample time. I will start the Zoom shortly before that. The information has been provided to your mother, and I believe she will provide it to the other individuals on your list who wish to attend and make a statement on your behalf. So right at noon, we will start that process. Typically,
agreed.
I would hear from the individuals on your behalf with you going last, but you tell me if you want it to go a different order.
That's fine.
He said
All
20
right, and
people
then I'll
originally.
hear from you. I may take a short break before I come back out, or even a longer break, depending on the timing of everything tomorrow, to just collect all of the final statements and process them.
We got to hear him talk
Obviously,
one
I'll
more
take
time.
the overnight to process what I've heard today, in addition to what I've already been doing on my own. And I haven't seen any written statements on your behalf. I don't know if anything came in today during this hearing, but I'll rely on the verbal statements that are made. And
Probably
then
safe
more
to
is
say that nobody is,
prior to
sending
the
messages
recording
per
sentencing,
proxy,
I apologize. It's very emotional and frustrating
Shut up.
right now. So I apologize to you, Your Honor, and the court.
Look, apologize to Opera then.
I
Go ahead.
understand it's frustrating, and I understand that.
It's just very hard to sit and
Look over and say, I'm sorry. Turn around and say, I'm
almost
sorry to the
like
people behind you.
Apollo. So I still understand that I have to conduct myself respectfully. So I apologize.
I think the apology needs to be made to the victim, sir, more so than this court.
I was just referring to the.
Thank you,
All right,
Judge
anything
Darrell.
else from either
Thank
party
you.
before we conclude for this evening from the state?
No, Judge, we'll see you at noon. Thank you.
From you, sir? All right, we are in recess. I'll see everyone tomorrow at noon. Thank you.
She did it. She said it. She did it. I'm so happy for her. Oh, I believe the apology should be to the victims. A way to redirect. Man, I'm so glad that that's how they ended the day. That's a beautiful on behalf of the judge. That's her right there. The big mic drop moment for the judge, man. That was beautiful. For him to apologize for his outburst to the judge, but not to just look over at, the DA's table and apologize to Opper for his wild, disrespect and, just complete lack of regard for anybody else within the proceedings there. But not that we'd expect him to. You guys, we know this about him. We know he's a raging piece of shit. We know this. We know that he is not the type to do anything by decorum that's going to be anything normal, that's going to be the rational thought process that any of us would assume he would go through. It's just not him. We know this, and I think we've very much come to understand. You know what I mean? But this guy,
You need Jesus.
that came up so much about how he kept throwing around and bring the Bible every day, but I don't think he was hearing a word that these people were saying about it, which blew my mind because they were speaking right to the point. Like, you've done nothing to repent. You've done nothing at all to say, I'm sorry. You've denied doing it this entire time. And of anything, if anything, and that's what finally people said, if you could just give anybody a little bit of peace, a little bit of closure, that would be the most amazing gift that you could give if you were ever in any way, shape, or form of a capacity of a human being with those kind of human emotions that you'd expect. But he's not, then he hasn't, so he won't, and he didn't. So here's where we're at with Darrell Brooks tomorrow, you guys. So we'll probably get kicked off. I'm going to call it 11:30 because I know they're going to start the Zoom early just to make sure they have things going. Sometimes they get into court a little earlier than expected, but that nice. It gives all the West Coast folks a little bit of time to sleep in. I know that it's really early. 5:30 in the morning is tough. I know that when I was back in Washington for part of the trial, getting up at 4 a.m. to get things prepped for the stream was an early day. But tomorrow, so starting at noon Central, keep in mind, we need to set up notifications on all your platforms, Facebook, YouTube, Twitch, Periscope, Rockfin, Twitter, everything in between. But tomorrow we'll be back. We're going to go a little early just to make sure we have some time. I'm going to pull up some things, make sure we have some videos, some things to kind of get us dialed in before we start the day. But it shouldn't go too long tomorrow. So, because like we had originally anticipated, he was going to have 20 people, he said, speak on his behalf. There's 3, including himself. His mom, his grandma probably, and man, someone said it, hope grandma throws him under the bus. How amazing would it be if grandma gets in there and does exactly what a grandma does and says, you are a terrible boy. You've done terrible things. You ought to have been spanked more. You ought to have been disciplined more. You should have, like, you should be ashamed of yourself. I would love it if grandma does what all of his witnesses did on stand, which is chastise him and basically throw the book at him. So
on November 21st, you killed my.
Ooh. Yeah. Sorry. They were jumping back into a repeat and it just said, just immediately said, you killed my mother. But man, I would hope so. And then I hope his baby mom gets in there as well and be like, you know what? you're a terrible human being. You're a terrible father. You are a terrible, idea of a man. You are just a terrible, terrible, terrible human being. I would love it. I would love it. And then his mom will sit in there and say, he's sick. He needs help. He needs help. He needs help. Well, he'll get some medicine. He's going to get medicine. That's for sure. Just probably not what he's expecting. Or he probably expects it because, again, there is no place he's going to be safe within the correctional facilities. So he'll be in protective custody. He'll be in a special offenders unit. And I don't even, honestly, I was looking it up and I couldn't find anything about how it works out in the state of Wisconsin for special offenders. And by special offenders, I mean sex offenders. They have people, an offenders unit, and I'd have to pull it back up. That's for, I think it's people that are that have sexual deviancies that are, diagnosed. And I'd have to look a little bit further, but I was trying to read while we were in between things. But I feel like he may not qualify for that because of his sex offense and the way that it was registered and where it was at. Who knows if that would even work because he is a sex offender, not in the state of Wisconsin. Maybe they won't even give him that special, sexual offenders prison. And the reason they have that is because in prison, if you come in with a sex crime, you're cooked. You're cooked. You're not allowed on the yard. You're not allowed anywhere. You're a target from the second you get there. So the fact that he's a child rapist and child murderer, they have a pedo unit. Okay. Well, even within that, some people are looking to slide out of there and make it into general pop, or maybe they're looking to slide out of there and get into isolation. And sometimes they get told there's things they have to do to make that happen. So we'll see how it goes. I don't project his lifespan in prison being all that great or long for that matter. But I really want to thank you guys for jumping in today. It's been an incredibly emotional day. We've gone through nearly 9 hours, of some heavy testimony. It was a tough one. I think it was cathartic, though. I think it was something we all needed to go through. And I hope that for the people of Waukesha, for the people that, for the victims that were able to speak, I hope for them, there was some kind of purge. They were able to get rid of some of the things they've been carrying. And if nothing else, let Darrell Brooks carry that. If they were able to transfer that weight and say, hey, it's yours now. You can carry it from till the day you die. Take it to Jesus. You know what I mean? Let him judge you and let him see the things you've done. You can carry all of our darkness that we've been carrying because of you since the day of the 21st of the 21st, 2021, 12, 11, 21, 21. Either way, so let's just hope that was a little bit of a release for them. All things said, tomorrow, Darrell Brooks, what we have looking forward to tomorrow, starting at noon, is close to 11:30 probably, is Darrell Brooks's people will speak, either by Zoom or in person, probably his mom in person, grandma by Zoom, probably his baby mom, and the 8-year-old will be there based off what he said, to speak in person. And then Darrell Brooks will give his, typical teary-eyed, breakdown of how he, the Darrell Brooks, you know what I mean? And the Darrell Brooks that we all know of is, this guy right here, this Darrell Brooks, the whole sad Darrell Brooks. He's going to go in there and say, guys, please, I hope that everything, is done right. And that these people are able to find some kind of peace, whilst this guy won't even look at them and say, I'm sorry, but he hopes that they find it through whatever they need to go through to figure it out. But it's been an interesting day. Yeah, there was a bomb threat earlier today. Who knows who called that in, but it happened. They cleared the courtroom. They brought in some long rifle carrying, flak jacket wearing guys. And, we had Darrell Brooks sent to his box fort today. He was over there because he was big mad about the fact that, people were saying things he didn't like and he wasn't able to respond and say things he wanted to say. And but even over there, he felt, he wanted to come back. And then he apologized to the judge. I'm sorry for my outburst, but things are stacking up on me right now. It's very emotional, he said. It's very emotional for poor Darrell Brooks. I can't even sarcastically say I feel for the guy because I don't. Yeah, Fort Brooks. There it is, Ezekiel. Yeah, Fort Brooks, or the his box fort if you will, or his box court, or his fort room. But either way, Darrell Brooks, man, he is also a spitting image of this guy. I mean, tell the truth. Y'all see it? Thumbs up, thumbs down if you see it or don't see it. We're right on Christmas, man. I'm about to put out a merch line that's going to be a direct tribute to him. We'll roast his chestnuts by a fire. You know what I mean? I mean, the ears, that's it. That's the one, man. I don't think him tapping his chest was a signal. I think it was the best thing he could do because his hands were shackled to say, like, you know, I hear you. Good job. His way of acknowledging. I'll say that. Whether we want to agree that he did or not, I think that the elf in him wanted to acknowledge what these witnesses were saying, or the victims, rather. And, you know, whether he believes it or not, remember, he's still putting on the show, you guys. He's still putting on a show, because he has to, in some way, hopefully convince the judge in something tomorrow that maybe she won't give him one of the 6 life sentences, or any part of the 700 plus up to 900 years that he's facing. It's probably, you know, he knows. But his hope is that somewhere in there, he'll be able to write down something that'll come up later that he'll be able to use as a thread of get out of jail. You know what I mean? Some kind of appeal, you know. It's all an act, man. It's all an act. You know, he's still this guy. You know what I mean? Don't ever get it confused. He's still that guy. No matter how much he thinks he's this guy, but we all know he's this guy. When really inside, he's that guy. But you guys, everyone, I appreciate y'all being here with me today. I'm looking forward to wrapping this tomorrow, and putting Darrell Brooks behind us. He still has court later this week, you know, in Milwaukee for all these other charges that are pending, for the gun charges and everything. So, I mean, you can stack all that on top of 6 life sentences and 700 years. You know, he's just going to spend the next little while in court, which is good for him. Honestly, it's good for him. But, you know, and Michelle, he said they're going to take his bun money. You know, they're not going to let him have his commissary. So tune in tomorrow, you guys. Set up notifications. I appreciate y'all being here tomorrow at 12. Thank you, Jessica Genevieve. Yes, that is correct. Probably start a little early. So get yourselves prepped up. Probably won't be that long of a day. But, you know, tomorrow should wrap it. So appreciate y'all. I'm going to take these dogs out, get them a little bit of snow, and let them stretch their legs too. But appreciate you guys tuning in. And thank you for sharing the stream out today, you guys. Really do appreciate that. Have a great night.